Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, everything I want, everything I need. Got everything I want, everything I want, everything I need. Everything I need, yeah. desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way. Maybe if I took a chance and got out of my way, a different point of view would maybe change the day. Gonna find somebody who's gonna treat me right. I know they're out there. Yes, they're out there. I won't give up the fight. No, gonna find somebody.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Leslie.
Good afternoon and welcome back as we resume our path onto the journey to ESL Pro League's 22nd season. My name is Get the Bag Mark, of course joined by the wonderful Why Not FPS, where we are back for the North American qualifiers. For day 2, Tony, we're breaking into it. The upper bracket of this thing, we're into the double elim. This is the meat and potatoes of this, and we got one spot to give out.
Stage 2, it's going to be a big determining ground for a lot of these guys, some of which we've already gotten the, pleasure of watching on our own, others who we've yet to witness, one of them being the Getting Info squad, obviously making a couple changes, lag, kind of settling into what they've been working with as of the last couple of weeks to a month, and moving forwards, it would be a nice feeling for a stable team in lag to overcome a perhaps a little bit more questionable Getting Info, but you obviously know how much history there is between these 5, or rather at least between the core 3.
Yeah, most definitely. But absolutely riding on that line, I think Brett and co would love to get a win where, there has been, even where the history, happens to be between teammates, right? I mean, I can't tell you how many times it's been, Snap and co that have either, met up between Brett on LAN or online and have, seen to a couple of those competitions where we, look to get this going on the D stream today, Tony. We are on here for our first best of 3. Life's a game, obviously going up against Getting Info, but then we are hopping on to the lower bracket after this to the loser of this game. We're going to continue on with one of these teams, and then we are also going to be seeing into the loser of Boss versus Lycus Empire, who both had a pretty laborious series yesterday.
Yeah, definitely not the most, I guess, what would you say, expected results on a map-to-map basis as well as in a series-to-series basis. One of those being, I guess, that Party Astronauts game yesterday for you and I against Lag, who really just owned that series, it felt like. Walking through them in many instances where the individuals were shining, the calling looked solid, and really not really a player you could even point to outside of maybe Cameron here and there, pulling out a clutch once or twice and trying to bring them into that match. And it's a really good, feel-good best of 3 probably rolling into the stage 2. They didn't really have to worry about even a third map, so they say to themselves, well, can we do this again? Can we, maybe even push this to 3 where we can afford to say, all right, maybe this map just isn't in our wheelhouse. Let's move forward and try and be the best that we can.
Certainly so, right? I mean, break it down. These are technically, the upper part of these quarterfinals, Tony. We got these top 8 teams ready to go for you as, the cutthroat, as we spoke about it yesterday, of the competition was 1 and then you're done. You lose and you're out. So obviously we talked about that little bit of a pillow, a bit of a cushion if you do happen to, fall out of that first fray. But, these online BO3s, for that sake, can go very, very fast, Tony, as we saw.
I just realized that Getting Info can actually play Boss next. I didn't even realize that.
We love to see how
what I'm saying?
Little things work out. You can't write it better than this, Tony. You could immediately serve up a spicy scoreline like that. See Sauce Boy in action, but I'm already liking how this is looking pretty spicy. We got to train immediately.
Yeah. Historically speaking, Getting Info and Lag have met a couple of different times with Exotic and Carson in the roster, obviously, and the best ways in which Vagrants at the time and moving into Lag were able to take maps off of them were on maps like Ancient and Train. So kind of interesting to see those as the first two maps in this best of three series. Obviously, with the reconfigured roster, maybe it'll be a difference in pace, but something in which the previous iterations of Boss and Blue Jays, led by Snav, are actually pretty proficient in. So I wonder if this will actually be a level up to their game with him now into the fold and into the in-game leader position with Carson on his way out to NRG, taking up rifling roles. Maybe Snav has a little bit more of the expertise to deliver to them.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be kind of just hitting resume on a trio that's had a lot of history, obviously. Known under the Timberman name, Shane, Darren, Snav have, I believe, won 4 Fragadelphias on land together. Something like that in the matter, right? I mean, consistently placed online, pushed RMRs, the story like that. And of course, even with a lot of the namesake leaving this roster with Carson being, pretty active on that back end, it was all the way with Markey still riding this thing out, which, I mean, it's been pretty awesome seeing Markey doing what he's done with this roster back.
You would say that.
Not only, I mean, he's been a lot of fun to watch, absolutely, with a little bit of bias, but the other addition being Mr. Slumpback, with a potential little rivalry back in the server with the IGL that gave him a shot, picked up from Final Form to Fluffy Aimers by Brett and brought to LAN. I remember for his debut over at Fragadelphia 18.
That's
now
a good
gets
one
to see against Brett in the server.
Yeah, it's definitely a good one. I didn't really draw between an interesting clash between these guys to where Brett was saying to himself, as long as this kid's playing the way that he is, I want him on my team. And clearly not having him any longer is going to have to figure out a way to try and combat it with Consti with the weapon instead, who, frankly, yesterday was looking pretty good. I mean, even on a rifle, actually, I would say particularly on a rifle over the AWP, it was Consti who was doing some serious damage. So if you move in on the sniper aspect of the game a little bit more, as seeing his slump is going to be somebody he's going to need to be able to shut down, as OG Wizard wasn't doing it for him yesterday, then maybe there's a world in which they can say that there's a maybe a widespread fundamental advantage for Lag, should that be the case. Obviously Wolf, again, having, you don't want to talk about, I guess, quote unquote, like grudges or whatever you want to call it, a storyline between he and Snav, the player who he was once on that same Boss / Blue Jays roster with, and got, unfortunately cut from the team in a little bit of a blindsiding move as they were
for his boy, to be honest,
and it was Dare.
Yeah. Absolutely.
At least temporarily.
Season with the server. Right. And, obviously with that, Blue Jays got that going. Boss is back. It was a whole of a hectic thing. Obviously trying to see into, more role clarity in that particular instance. You can, see into a lot of history around a lot of these North American players, especially with Wolfman, having to see and kind of recover to his feet to a couple of different situations ever since that departure. So I bet he is kind of riding with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. And I think that could, properly prompt up our next discussion topic, Tony, which is for a lot of the teams that are, really playing good. How we saw Marsborn hit up Tsunami yesterday and absolutely cook them. I'm kind of worried for the Blue Jays today. And I think within that conversation, man, getting info probably is something to worry about here, because Lag were really playing well between Consti, Sandman, and as we just mentioned it, Wolf. This is going to be a scary, scary feat, especially with how this veto is rolled off at the start here, Tony.
Yeah, I certainly think that these Getting Info guys are a dangerous threat. If we're talking about reasonable replacements to Carson and to Exotic as far as this team would be concerned, you weren't probably expecting it to come
Slump's been way more active than Exotic in the last 6 months.
Right,
so,
yeah. And I was
he's
going to say, you wouldn't have expected Snav to be in that list of names, given that Boss was on the trajectory that they were, right? And yeah, Slump,
right.
in 2025, I'm pretty sure he's played like 6 games or something like that. So, it's better than nothing, I guess. In each game, he did look really good. And
well, he has been active for one win
dude.
in advanced after he was looking diabolical yesterday. It was at the top of all 3 maps where on average, I can't remember what he was exactly putting out, but I think it was like a 96 ADR performance. After he did depart from Fluffy Aimers, he joined up with, I kept saying
took like
this
a little bit of time
I was
off.
worried. if I was confusing some viewers, where I kept mentioning like a Fluffy Aimers roster of, players for maybe us that, is, instantly clicking, but players like Learsy, players like Intra is where Slump did go and play with a organization called One Win right after into Advance. So kind of taking a big, step back from, that ECL competition. And I'm not really sure how exactly rolling that team was, but I mean, with, the namesake on that team, they obviously pushed it quite far. So, still keeping that wheel hot on it. Slump is ready to get back into action. And I mean, to be honest with you, isn't the biggest surprise getting this edition. We were talking about Sauceboy getting added yesterday, and like, I mean, seeing that, man, I wonder if there's some connection there with Fruit Cup and a lot of these players that are probably vouching for this rifler to go on to Boss, because I mean, I bet they weren't expecting to have this nav move. I'm not in the Boss camp myself, but I mean, that's a big change for them.
Yeah, apparently yesterday it was mislisted on HLTV, and that's why I thought this was a different guy entirely. It was Sauce on HLTV, and I was like, wait, Sauce Boy is a different guy. He has an HLTV already, and then they
How
ended
soon
up fixing
till
that, so.
Juice Boy to Boss?
Juice Boy, Sauce Boy, and Fruit Cup.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that would be legendary.
That would be something.
Oh, no.
And we got to find some
aside,
other players to throw in that. Yeah.
I mean, that's a guy that is really getting a good stint of it experience-wise, I think, for Boss, which is going to be quite a cool cut. They have a good look against Lycus Empire today, probably a matchup on paper that they should be winning. But, that's pressure to, exactly the situation in which we're talking about right now, right? Is getting info with, a 3-mapper yesterday against anything else, which, don't even get me wrong, I think getting anything else, I got to watch them over in Thunderpick, and they obviously qualified through Advanced. And, when that when that project came together, I even, like, I was combing Twitters, and I saw on Camero and a couple of the other players that, I mean, it was kind of a pug team for, guys that had a lot of experience, Tony, and then qualifying. Obviously, now they're going to be, fully taking that experience to, have that full value. That's not going to be, too large of a challenge to be immediately synced out. And they went very far against getting info yesterday. 13-11s, I think, on every map.
Yeah, and looking towards the final stretch of that one spot that's being offered, a lot of these teams are going to be riding high on any wins that they can get, especially against higher level opposition. And Lag, This will be a pretty good one as far as individuals, and star-studded superstar, riflers and Opper is going to be as far as this next couple of games are. So looking forward to that, and looking forward to the next game. As this best of 3, we have the veto already having been spoken about. I think it's pretty well set up for Lag to actually have a good shot at taking them the distance here, if not maybe even closing it in 2. But that's a bit deep. I think personally, I'm feeling a 3-mapper here that will lean in towards getting info. But if Lag are going to win, I have a feeling it would have to be in 2.
100%. I think that's the win condition. I think it's keeping hot on that measure that we put up on those expectations for how they were looking yesterday. What type of brand of Counter-Strike they were playing against Party Astronauts. It was brutal, Tony. Remember how they were set up, but now it's getting info set up with a good grab. They get the first chance here on Train at a CT side. I'm not sure LAG are going to give them much time to breathe, though. They're going to be storming right out A, and at the tip of Wolf right here, getting this on an entry. That's exactly why he picked him up, immediately getting revenge on Snav.
That entry pathing was wicked. Those two players had no idea what was about to blindside them through the center of Sandwich, and Shane not ready for Brett's position perhaps as he's tucked behind this metal beam, expecting him to come from maybe Pop, but now it's a close range fight in which Mason's got to turn his head on a swivel in a second maybe or not, as Marky takes a little too long in order to activate from back of the CT spawn. He reveals himself, but again, too little too late unless he hits Beamers, and Sandman's just waiting for his arrival. He was patiently awaiting it as Mason was dealing with the ones in through Khan, and that first round is looking smooth.
Looking beautiful, Tony. That is, I mean, I'll kind of rev up what you were bringing up. Even, like, as it was beautiful, you just had to, like, comment on it. That was great pathing in from LAG. They were very much ready to go on that strat to just pop out A and really set the tone early. They reaching back with the force, and let's see some fireworks on this scout, Slump.
It's a beautiful tweet you put out about you and I
appreciate it.
In this game.
Of course. I'm quite the artist and writer.
Who is this guy with Vi?
I think he's on the BA stream, man. He's
problematic, actually, though.
Plenty of NACS to get on today.
That early kill onto Wolf, who was a pretty big portion of their openings in the last round, gives them a gun that they could throw over to one of the pistol players. More importantly, space into pop, but they don't have any flashes or smokes or mollies to try and keep anybody else away. So they're just going to need to group up, try and clump, and get what they can as far as control would be concerned. I don't know if there was a nade on the body of the initial aggressor, but it's Mason who looks to recover that lost ground and maybe track them even deeper in towards the site with some support from behind.
Take their next couple of steps. Snap long range on these MP9s. It's going to actually be their bane. That is Slump finishing the job. And then Marky is so clean. Constantly going to have to show up with some of the best on the rival. And he was cooking on Anubis yesterday versus Party Astronauts. He's left alone here, even with the bomb on his back. I think he'll just be hiding for as long as he can. Might be getting info. Tee off on him, but a 1v5, they've successfully recovered.
Snap taking a lot of time in knowing he's low on HP and not trying to throw away his life needlessly, even waiting for Dare to go down to try and get the info to start with, and then takes his moment after the flashbang. One thing North American players don't really know how to do all too well is rein it in and not peek when you don't gotta, and Snav showing some decent discipline, following his double kill and, you know, closing it with his third. Thank you to that patience. It's netted him a lot of extra cash into the future and a Galil upgrade, and knowing their opponents are going to be kind of broke, knowing that there wasn't any plant, knowing that they've barely got any frags with the SMGs that they had, and by barely I mean one, and out towards the B site they will go. The bomb is there, fire at the feet, but not going to be burnt. They're actually going to be making it through relatively safely until the arrival of the rotators is here. Ooh,
oh, Snap, automatic to that second shot. Should be a bomb plant secured for LAG. Let's see if Mason can dust up any more on that. His chance denied. And getting info, it's only one casualty. Shane took the brunt end of that with LAG running right down the ramp.
C4 being punched in actually is pretty big for them for the future. I mean, that was a force round, like I said, but, you know, this one becomes a lot easier to look at your cash flow and say, well, our next gun round is actually going to have some legs to it, thankfully. Whereas otherwise, it would have been kind of awkward. Would have been 650 less for each player. Would have been less utility in the follow-up. And now actually even making this one slightly dangerous, you know, better than just Glocks. 2 flashbangs and a smoke accompanying these guys. Snap is only partially blind. Eventually the second will deal him a much dirtier hand, but thankfully Marky utility soars in right on the nick of time as well as on the ball. And on the dot as the elevation will save nobody. Sandman's dealt with and Brett's the last left standing. 1 kill would be nice, but I don't even think that that's going to be a third.
This is a great energy that you can already see forming by getting info. This is sort of the speed that LAG found, you know, immediately on that Inferno that PA was trying to knock on the door with, you know, right to grab. And it's, you know, the same sort of punish that you're trying to get in. You know, it's an interesting bit at the beginning of this veto where getting info could, you know, particularly step up, but it's kind of the classic, like, you know, Timberman conversation with, you know, how it's gone, you know, especially in the last couple of months with, you know, a lot of their players kind of being around and having, you know, a lot of these, you know, roster moves getting down. It's, we consider all of the vetoes, we consider everything, you know, playing with a sub or two at so many Fragadelphias, and you want to know why they win those Fragadelphias is because they literally just shoot your head off. So much better. I mean, it was kind of looking like we may get that turn from the LAG pistol round, but getting info arrived, and especially with Snav, right? I mean, the last time we got to see Snav, we were commenting that, I mean, you know, with that back onto Boss, I mean, he was one of their best players just individually, quite above the rest. He was putting up great ratings.
Soaring Molotovs, flushing at anybody who would be playing at E-Box. Dare actually going through the smoke, as the name would imply. Doing the best that he can in order to get right in front of their faces, should they have actually gone themselves into T-Con, but no, it's actually going to be clean and clear. No one awaiting his arrival. Instead, they're going to be taking that time to flush out this upper hall, to check on what's the temperature levels of the opposite end of the map, and maybe a late execution, sure, but otherwise fully forced into this are getting info, and they've gotten exactly that. The name would imply it, and frankly, the game style of these players supports it.
Refreshing that deep control. Man, it's a little bit morbid, but LAG can feel that foot. Even through 5, right? Right here at the start of it, it's kind of a rough look. 50 seconds, and kind of immediately as this fades, though, there's always an underbelly to aggressive points like this. There is the kind of return on it. Gotta face aggressively after that smoke fades, and can't blame him for trying. It's just Consti tees off and gets a great double. Now LAG can open the door.
I am frankly shocked that Marky is the one to fall before even Dare. It was a good maneuver, in my opinion. Didn't really work out the way that they wanted to, obviously. And yeah, I think this round is just going to be chalked up to the fact that they needed one of those two players to find the fight, and everything going right from that end.
Perfect shots.
Everybody seeing success, and by the ends, no kills transpire in the favor of the defense. That is about as nice as it can be. And, you know, you feel the clock, as you mentioned, just under 50 seconds start to tick in time down to the point where they've got to make a decision. They've got to come to game time and reveal the play. But, I mean, when they do, it doesn't really look like that they felt any sort of a pressure. And, you know, at this level, that's going to be the case. It's going to be...
One thing to definitely look forward to is that Consti op. Didn't really
Slump
get
op
to get that going yesterday, so that competition ensued, and with Slump having such a high rating, it's going to be absolutely prompted in the limelight so far. A lot of attention brought to the Brown Halls, and even with Slump to back up Marky here, this is an aggressive play. Gonna see how far they actually stick their face right by this. I mean, Mason walking it up now.
Ooh.
Individual between Marky and Shane. There's a flash, and it's actually Slump that luckily is there, has the back of his teammate within Pop, and Brown Hall's off limits right now for LAG.
Smoke out from Slump to try and disguise the fact that they ran away, but Marky still sticks around. The Molotov actually, though, will burn at his toes. He tries to jiggle in. But that one kill really does make the world of a difference to where they don't really have to do a whole hell of a lot else for the time. 50 seconds again, where they thrived last time around. Lag, though, had more map control as well as a man up and more utility to throw out. And there's just so many players from getting info here. They're kind of ready to play for a retake towards A through this position if they need to. And Wolf is playing a patient game, but one I don't think will be what they're waiting on. They're going to be waiting on the next point to which this Ivy walkthrough, I mean, it has to be choreographed at some point. There's been no other players made known from getting info on the other sides of this map just yet. And Dare, I mean, he's held the line for just long enough. A multi can't be denied from him. And Wolf's position, unfortunately, becomes redundant as Sandman, just the same, was waiting to make his entrance way. Now has to say goodbye to this round and hello to a lead now extended for getting info.
That's such an impressive round by getting info. Especially even for what you noted, you know, setting up for if that was successful, you know, even if Dare got ran over there, if he got one kill, I mean, causing a distraction there would have just literally put so much strain on LAG to then have to plant the bomb, and then it's two guys likely swinging out of Pop to kind of ruin the rest of the options. LAG got enough money to rev up right back again. I've had so many points thrown right back in their face, Tony. Through 6 so far, it's been a rough go about it at the beginning of this train.
I love Train. I like casting Train. Sometimes it gets a little bit stale, a little bit flat. I mean, especially in these last couple of rounds where they wear it down to the wire thanks to all the utility that stuffs them. But the rounds that are A, a little bit faster, and B, come down to a clutch or a retake scenario where high impact can be had from multi-fraggers. Superstars that string together shots. Pop, they will find themselves in a horizontal line in where they'll create a wall of not only bodies but smokes, in which getting info aren't exactly ready to work around. And Snav, not hearing Mason on his trudge up, it was a pistol. He draws that distance, which is out to the rifle off of his opponent who he just collapsed in upon. And a double from Brett and Wolf again. These two unite to bring them around, and these are a majority of the rounds that they've won, frankly, in that kind of fashion.
Chaotic through those smokes into the A site. I mean, committed to the path, and you're exactly right. That's how Mason finds Snav back in the site. And LAG, I mean, when they're rolling confidently, and that is the ball that you want to see against the Getting Info squad that we warned against burning bright, and that's when they are going to be the scariest. So really just separating them I mean, this is where you're on thin ice economically. Getting info, going to be sticking back into an aggressive play back towards upper. Slump this time at back 6, checking Ivy. He's gone.
Wolf has honestly, truthfully, been forced to be a little bit more useless in this upper halls position many a time, but now's when you can see him start to be able to, you know, actually feel comfortable in cooking up a kill or two, a walk up, seeing as their man advantage is there, periodically jiggling back and forth, and they're aware of his arrival, but very patient in the deep ends of the spawn is Mason. He's going to be the trap card that's been set, and actually does get to deal with Shane on a tight angle. Both players will duel in, and he really reads that one to perfection. I like to see how patient he is and just sitting there, and you know, he's rewarded for, again, patience. That's been a virtue for not only him, but again, I guess the guy in your stream, Snab, I was talking about before, and that's maybe something that a couple other players could also use.
Marky trying to find a good line after literally a trip rope right in front of Z. Knocks over 2 of his teammates. Snab up top as well. They may be boxed in shortly now. Getting info can do it with less. A couple of Deagles and a Scout to get their first round on this train, we remember. Mason could serve up another one. Got Marky around that corner. Snab has been caught. Marky, you are surrounded. But he is not afraid of the cuffs. That's why Wolfie is not taking you alive. It's 4-4 for LAG. And now they are looking good all the way to go. Should have a lead doctored up, looking up against USBs.
This is one of the most, you know, free-flowing rounds that Lag are going to get for a while. I love their nade setups where they kind of condition Molotovs usually with smokes in front of them in order to take away vision, but other rounds they'll use the double HE on the position instead. And it's worked, you know, pretty well in order to force the hand of getting info on their rifle rounds. I think back to when Marky and Slump had to walk all the way up through those back halls in order to do anything about that. Slump hits his shot and it looks good. And Consti, I know, although it looks a little sloppy, that's actually about as controlled as you can possibly be in a scenario like that. With losing the off
I was about to say.
He gets crazy, yeah. So.
Right, if you're at home wondering how to exactly control that Tech 9 spam, Consti just gave you 101. That's going to be pretty great work for him. And it's a pretty great, I mean, measured front from where LAG were yesterday. I know blowout games aren't like a good metric for that. Consti kind of went crazy on that Anubis, but, you know, when they're winning rounds, it's everybody getting active. I think that's what I'm trying to say right here. Red's going to be seeing out of this quite quickly, all the way out to Olaf. Didn't exactly escape that nade, but they should be aware of this considering the far drop smoked.
They're losing his teammate on the back ends of that same train. They play off, and yeah, you say it. He just pulls right off. They were already trying to go towards B. It was Brett using that smoke in space just to maybe get one kill as he has, and then let the rest of his team actually show their hand. It was a pop and play, but Marky's Cold Ivy is clean. Brett obviously not having rotated out and back in towards that upper halls maybe actually helps out. It keeps players here, and Dare, he might get shot in the side. Sandman's got a massive timing if he were to take it, but Dare then just realizing that that window may have opened, looks to close it just so slightly in a smoke to do so. And they B-stacked. Oh, no. There's 50 seconds left. Lag need to do something, and they need to do it together. I don't think they have much lurk potential left, Mark. If they walk into the belly of the beast, they're going to get eaten. They're going to get swallowed.
Yeah, but they go away. They're facing off against players that potentially are, you know, dealing with rotations, but dealing with no utility. Everything is on Snab and Slump rightfully within that site. Shane and Slump back to back. But even this A part is taking too long of a press. Here goes another smoke. That's all the utility dropped that's going to be able to try and prove something. 23 seconds left, and they are crawling out where this is screaming an obvious grab. And Dare, if he can potentially get this going, Sandman, he forms a line of scrimmage now right in front of Z with this Molotov.
10 seconds.
And they shut it out, but it's 12 seconds, Tony, and he's literally spamming, trying to get this down. This is not a secure plant for Wolf. He is going to be so exposed, but they almost get him down. It's a spam that is teased.
Marky is going to be so upset watching this VOD back to see if he had just held down Mouse 1, he would have found the kill on the bomb planter, but Slump will find him post the fact, and Sandman flashed in, but on the wall, Shane was waiting. Brett clotheslines another, and from that same space in which Marky was made known before, needs Shane to get into the action, and unfortunately Shane does exactly that, but what was he to do when Consti was posted on his arrival, on his entry point, his only way back, and Brett is surgical right now, man. The beginning, the middle, and the end delivered to them by the IGL, who takes up the tops of the board. Him and Snav.
Going back and forth, and immediately, I mean, you can take that to another level poetically. That opening kill was against Snav, right? That entire round from the root on that. Great plays from Brett right there. You highlight with the 3K and LAG. That's probably the first round that it really hasn't been, you know, right down, hammered to the table, punishing them and getting them all the way out. That time it's, you know, really getting info that work harder in the mid round, try and find out exactly where they are, but, you know, keeping themselves on that line, calm with even 10 seconds to go. They finish on the A site there, and with 6 rounds, LAG are cooking on this T side.
Yeah, they sure are. 5-7s and
This is
MP9
worrying.
still, making this awkward, though. Both Mason and now Wolf have taken damage, been finished off, and the speed in which Dare walks them through is problems, and we've seen Marky find, in fact, with this Deagle before when given, you know, a little bit of chaos. He seems to rise above and rise against, and he's going to have to here. He's been discovered.
Fished out finally. Sandman finding the important kills, reading between the lines, and into hell digs him out. Bomb plant that should be good, but Dare and Shane, I don't think there's a world where they don't attempt this, especially with Shane's positioning and how he just operates on the clock. Smoke faded now. And with their measured risk, Tony, that Molotov can at least try and trick them through. Dare, head turned, and now committed to the play. Has just fished him out back sight, but now he's lost his help. This is nearly impossible for Dare now. Back-to-back with no kit. He may have wished he held on to the gun now. He's going to be sprinting away where LAG is the last laugh for 7 rounds in the first half.
Does he survive? I think he does. 1 HP.
one.
Oh, my Lord. As tight as it will get, and they didn't need that gun, but it'll definitely help just having that one for the hands of, say, Snav or Shane. As far as getting utility dropped over, I think Dare is probably going to have to drop a gun, I would imagine, no? No, actually, it's all good. All's well that ends well. AK-47, a potent weapon to have on the defensive, but here it is, that window I was talking about where lag and the map pool have a bit of history in being able to take these games close or over the line. Train is one of those, one of the most, if not the most consistent against this head-to-head in particular.
Trading blows immediately, but it's Consti that's living here to keep dictating in the last round of the first half. Slump took it aggressively up top. And with Shane giving it the respect, getting info, are familiar with the feeling of a committed B rotation that was then slumped back. This looks for real. Molotov goes all the way out to Z, and Consti next to Sandman trying to find the space. It's up to Wolf right now to actually make this legitimate, up with a little bit of space to grab, trying to prompt himself up with a bit of a flash maneuver. This has actually opened the door for Consti to get right in, and just sprinting in. You know, there's an op on the other side. They're ignoring that fact. But right now, Wolf lying in the cut between 3 members of getting info. There's just too much to do here, Tony. It may be impossible for the leader of the pack.
Might be. Seen him do some miraculous work before, but yeah, Wolf unfortunately can't rise against. It's Lag who lead the half, but it's 1 back before we turn it over, and in just a few we'll see whether or not this game is done.
LAG came out spitting to that first pistol. Absolutely got out on that A site and left the rest for the business later. This is, with all of the weight on it, getting info, trying to go into that second half swinging. What does Snav have ready for us, Tone?
I'm not entirely sure, but I know that Mason's got his gun ready, locked and loaded. A dual Beretta yet to be spotted, playing a late game, and in spoiler, but it's Brett who plays deeper beyond, and he also was extraordinarily influential in many of those rounds you speak of. It's Shane, it's Snav, two players with chemistry enough to have won 2v3s in prior, but now this may be one of the most important that they've got in recent history. It's ESL Pro League we're looking to qualify for here, guys, and close enough, but Brett wants it a little bit more. He's teething, foaming at the mouth, but Shane, at least now with 1:15.
And trying to thread the needle is Wolf right now. Shane aware of something, just not adding up here, having to go all the way around. Wolf finally threads it all the way down, and Sandman just has to stay alive. LAG shooting 100% of the line for those pistol rounds today. This is Train looking to go their way. Have a little bit of momentum streaking into the second half.
Now I just have a couple of different thoughts on what getting info may have to do with their first rifle round. I mean, you know, budgeting here, obviously, to get the AK-47s out in hand. It's not going to be a question of the AWP. It's not possible. And an off angle for Sandman, just a sliver of his body being seen, just for information once that peak is to come through. And he gets it. But back to my initial point is, what the speed, what the pace of that next push will have to be looking like, Mark. I mean, I think the flashbang smokes and Molotovs will almost force them into one of the two sites relatively soon as far as that round is concerned, but I would be definitely interested to see them just run it through. It's not an easy thing to do, but maybe one of their only options.
Ball in the court of Snav now. Some of the first times he is back with the trio he spent over 6 years with. Should be a familiar feeling to get this thing turned around, especially with the way Marky is playing. Patient on those stairs, ready to get this down lower. Go ahead with Marky here. I want to see him reach out with a couple of these Eagle plays. Oh. And, yeah, man. Caster cursed into non-existence. And same thing happens on this lower ramp. Sprayed all the way down, terminated up top. No casualties for LAG. Now, that's a scary sign.
I do agree. A little bit of a... it's not really a bonus round. We had this conversation on broadcast the other day, me and Paladin, where people kind of don't know what bonus round means. This isn't a bonus round because if they lose lag and they don't save a FAMAS and get a bunch of kills on the SMGs, they can't afford to go in for a full buy that's as competitive as it would otherwise have been. So it's only a bonus round if that is the case. So same economic situation could fall on them if getting info make this one look nice and even. And as stated before, this buy was always going to be a little lesser on utility, a little lesser on weaponry. Both players paying attention, but nobody looking down low. It's a walk-in from Mason. A double down, though, as it's the aggression from the upper halls that's met with just the same response, but still softened or Darren Slump.
Yeah, so low right now. And it's likely going to be taking another multi-kill out of Brett right here, who's so far into T-Con. Walking Wolf back to the A site, and look at this. It's getting info who are going to actually gamble out towards Ivy. Consti with open arms and actually plenty of nades. Love this setup right here.
Do you?
Has a little bit of a help in the pocket, especially with Wolf so close. There goes that contact, and now it's trying to see how far they're going to push it. They're aware of this more fishy than they were realizing. Dare, low HP. This could be a potential grab here, but it's nothing else out. And so with a clear path and a decision to be made, where is Brett? Where has he gone? Is it that clear to just continue this walking to the B side? Snap and Slump were just on that train of thought, but now they've got to be going A. Snav can't go and run back to B right here, but with Brett's position exposed, they just have to find the kill. Now Snav jumping to the back of the site, Dare gone down. Snav is holding this plant, getting info. They see into the far fray, but they survive, and with slumps casualties right alongside, starting to add up here.
All right. Okay. Now that's the string you can pull along, try to thread. Gun on the ground, I can only assume for Wolf, who has been lobbed over the MP9. Marky playing with a Desert Eagle only. That's interesting. A MAC-10 was a portable. There was a world. Could have got that if you really wanted. But we have, like I said, seen a couple of shots out from Marky with that Desert Eagle in general. So, you know, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll give it to him.
And also, you can check back in on exactly what you were speaking on before. Not enough money even, you know, with the loss bonus, checking this out.
Yeah.
For this to be so comfortable. Reaching for one kit on Brett. With a lot here in front of A. Normally, we've seen a member of LAG, like, literally pushed up to the maximum limit in T-Con. Or right here, maybe you would be loving a little bit of information like that.
Mm-hmm.
Ready to go on B with no nades. Wolf and Mason got to hit the shots.
Bing!
Oh my goodness!
See you later. I mean, that's Marky's contribution already made. Doesn't need to do much more. Snap responsible for the sidewalk now, as Wolf does get closer and forced up by the Molotov.
Oh,
Expended, though, are the numbers around, but Brett actually killed by Marky even at the end, trying as quickly as he can to come to the aid of his precious planter. And wow, all right, what a round.
what a wonky round. Yeah.
What a round.
Oh my gosh.
That's a good one, a good field one for getting info, despite it coming down to only 2, I have to assume, though. A handicapped Marky still comes out with a multi.
Constantly going to be feeling a little bit tilted after that one. Even with spoiling feeling going down
FPL
his spine.
shot,
Not much time to think about it. Yeah, no kidding. Running this out. It's an average scene. I'm not sure we're going to get much more out of that upgraded pistol. Wolf goes down, and this round going to be quickly flushed.
Marky might even have his chance to catch him again in a second or two here. That'd be cruel twist of fate, but I think it's all good. There, I mean, still a round up, still a buyback. They were waiting for. This one was always going to be a toss over. And now, again, closing a lot of these opening duels. Importantly, getting info, being on top of them. This first will be the most important spearheaded kill, I feel like, for quite some time, because that's the difference between lag hitting double digits and getting info at 9-all.
Constantly pulling out that AUG. Now we're getting real, Tony. We saw that briefly pulled yesterday, even for a multitude of AUGs being bantered together. LAG, need anything right now. Seen into a kind of a slower scene. Snav maintaining control of it. Headed back towards Ivy for a quick check. They should be expecting Sandman to shoulder here. This is where Marky saw it before, and they're not going to leave him alone. It's a Molotov that's going to buy them a whole hell of a lot of respect, but a smoke in front of that refreshes the positioning out of Snav is just insane, and he gets caught by Brett, thankfully. That could have gone on a dime either way for LAG.
Very quiet. The sound of that smoke is all that you'll hear. As it fades, there's so much that lies on the other side, but I mean, Brett's been the man to handle. He's been the one to give them that semblance of hope. And already, having dealt with Snav, the head-to-head of the captain v captain, Mason may just get the drop on Marky. He's got a teammate walking up just behind him, even if he were to fall, and now it's all in. You got to show your cards. There's no more. As they push their chips to the center of the table, getting info. A smoke over towards Pop will be good, but have they already superseded it? Yes, they have.
Mason, it's another stealing feeling right
God.
here, and he's gonna get a third in the round.
Madman.
Dare acrobatic off the top of the ladder, but falling down on his back. It's LAG that are really in control now. Double digits that they have on this CT side, and it's gonna be a desperate feeling here. Money all across the board for getting info. Got Slump some hardware. All Marky needs is a deagle, right? Yep.
I mean, clearly. Clearly. Brody is ready for that action. AWP has not been the craziest of talking points for either of these two teams right now. They've both been playing in these rounds as an impactful measure, but now would be the time, if ever, to hear a couple of shots ring true, put together in succession, one after another, as opposed to just peppering in damage here and there. A kill across a beat. And that smoke, it's the only thing between Slump and some numbers that are very much so aware that nothing happening on these extremities means that there very well may be a play on this end. And oh no, just again, a split-second timing to where if Slump was playing the angle that he was initially, he wouldn't have been blinded by the flash. He would have cut the player onto the cross, or at least been given a shot at a shot.
Three players ready to operate it within this A site, but when there is this patient feeling, you're sitting behind these smokes ready to go ahead and shoot. You gotta be perfect, and it is just so clean. It is amazing, backed up by Sandman and Consti, and there's not even a second thought of it. Shut down. Any effort for getting info there on the A site is swept away.
To 8. First time that getting info have been so down in the dumps on the offensive to this extent. And they're playing up against them. They are obviously aware of map point upon them. So trying to bargain for every single cent they got. And Brett's just unrelenting in his walks in T-Con. This time dropping a smoke and then waltzing through it, as if it were a wall, thinks Shane, or excuse me, Slump again. Lord. Somebody.
Not Dia.
No.
I wonder what the story is. See where Dia might be off to. He's too talented to not be on a team. These Glocks ready to go out lower. On their own time. It seems like that time is close to now. They're all bottled up. Ready to go. Oh, all right. We're going back, Tony. Not quite satisfied with the timing presented. They're going to do it. They might have told you it right.
No, I do agree with that.
Do it 100%. All right. 100% clear vision for Wolf now, and no bomb plant for you. Snap trying to tee off, and that all keeps farming him up, man. Reminds me of Nyx on Complexity.
Another North American player, of course.
The first guy that took it out on that train on CS2. I swear.
Ever?
And ever.
Wow,
Definitely in North America, within the 50 states we got over here. Canadians, too. Don't have to go so far as to get that Mexican representation with Marky.
Yeah. But this could be the last. This could be it.
Could be.
And they're leaving Snap a lot of responsibility, but
goodness.
an elevated Brett, again, just takes so many different challenges, and this time going through after the first fight. He's just creamed.
This is disgusting.
He needs his teammate to stay alive, though.
He needs Wolf to stay alive here. It's dirty onto that first spray, but there's been so much dealt to Dare right now. Shane and Dare all with it to do, and potentially with the issue of lining up bomb in the back of Shane, and now it is all separated. Wolf down to a 1v1. Dare, the player that replaced him
Holy.
over on the Blue Jays, he gets that last laugh right here on the train in the EPL qualification. It is LAG that go up 1-0 against Getting Info.
That's a very, very nice beginning, as you can feel that Lag were a little bit cooling off at the ends there, where the AK-47s were in what were very talented individuals' hands, in knowing that they like to take those fights, in knowing that they kind of want you to enter their domain. And Brett did just that, and he cleaned up house. What a wonderful way to kick off this series and to kick off our day, Mark.
Absolutely. So certainly. And we keep that ball rolling for potentially the storyline, what all the LAG fans want, our win condition that we put it out. Tune back in about 10 minutes time to see if LAG can close in 2 or if Getting Info got that second energy waiting for a reverse sweep.
Yeah. 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 Ooh, everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that last map of Train, it's been quite a while, it feels like. Ancient history, some would even go as far as to say. No one's ever made that joke on broadcast, I'm sure.
No, they just have. We're ready to go. We'll see it. Honestly, a couple of new things were to fly over. Now, victorious on this Ancient. Mason had a couple of great pistol shots already going down. He was chasing them at E-Box right now, trying to chase him down at the pillar. Away from the Wolf, they've avoided their fate. Trying to take the back end of Square now, flashing for that information. They're getting a ton of it. It's got to be through Cave, through the ramp right now, as contact is made by Consti. And now Sandman with the P2K having to hit some impressive shots. I'm not even sure he got active in the CT pistol round. It was just a player that had to live for the distraction.
No.
But a long life that has now been ended for him, Tony, and Consti against the world.
Nav waited for so long in that corner, and Sandman waited for so long for him to expose himself. Good God. Another moment where our patience pays. Another moment we're getting info, though. Get a pretty big round and need to continue to convert and get the ball rolling now on the offensive of Ancient. Their offensive on Train was actually starting to look pretty good. If they were given a little more breathing room, given the 7-5 that it concluded on the defense, then maybe there would have been more of a talking point. But at bare minimum, they're playing up against what could very well be them walking it over the line and catching these players with just a pair of SMGs. Scattered are the 5-7 and Deagle combinations. And Marky can pull that off, maybe. But will they be able to do the same?
Consti,
Since Marky died twice with only one round? That's crazy. Poor Marky.
Hard knock life.
It might be assists, actually. He's died none at all. Yeah, it was assists. I'm an idiot.
Helping the team out. Don't say that. Don't say that. There's already enough negative vibes in NA, Tony. We got to lift each other up, man.
Okay.
You're so good at casting.
Thanks, bro. This ramp pop's been waiting quite some time to see if anybody will give them an inch, give them an opening, a visual onto what the setup may be, and unfortunately for them, it is quite possibly the worst setup that they could have run into, but as a matter of fact, the weapon advantage is just that little bit better. Using Shane's distanced AK-47, they've been able to crack down, and problematic are the positions of the last two, because Wolf is just sitting inside of the smoke. As soon as the fade, he's going to be out in the middle of nowhere.
Oh. See you later, man. And it can get worse for LAG in these first two. They decide to go for the Force. They are completely wiped off the page.
Off the planet. Think.
Year of Ancient. And a flying Marky will get you down. This is getting info who have rightfully been provoked by that first map, swinging and not taking any prisoners.
Goes the SMG of Marky over towards that B site with the bomb carrier. The all-in effort basically ensures a 3-0 start for getting info to start to get the ball rolling, to start to get themselves feeling pretty good.
Oh my god!
Catastrophic nades on a Consti, lucky to get away, sees his life flash before his eyes, crippled for the remainder of this round.
That's a brutal look. A tactical nuke hits house. Getting info, watching it bottom of the ramp. Shane got the worst of it of the previous go-round. Potentially could see a little bit back maybe chimerically here. They decide to send it down the ramp, which Brett is looking to prompt up, potentially. Getting info, or no rush.
They handled that with grace last round. The ability to take things a little bit slower. And this time it looks, about as good. I mean, again, double kills. Now, low on HP are a couple of them, but not really the biggest of deals when they're just getting shut down and including the player onto the flank, dealing his due diligence to clear out anybody on a little bit of a laggy rotation, no pun intended. But it is there, so.
Sure it is, buddy.
Consti's up. I mean, when you lose 3 rounds like that, when you budget in the way that they have, when you go for the force and knowing that you'll save again, you're always going to be given that opportunity. So now better than ever will it be for Consti to have some semblance of a say against what's been an awfulest best of 3, it would feel.
Especially coming out of Train, this is a weird feeling for it. The Slump had some good marks. Honestly, few and far between, but
4 op kills for Consti in that last map, and he was the one who had the most op kills in that map. Oh,
quite an awkward opening. Mason up top has the back right down. Sandman's life not in vain. Brett on another strenuous spray. He actually gets taken down, and it's getting info walking limp right now. And with Dare at the highest HP, he has been just blown to bits by the AWP. Mason can't exactly get the forehead of Marky gone, so Marky and Slump will be allotted a few more acres.
I like that, acres.
Yeah, European viewers are watching, wondering, what the hell is this guy talking about?
The hell is a kilometer? Yeah, Slump had 3 op kills in that last map after I was just doing my research. So 3 for him, 4 for Consti, and overall pretty low scoring off game, but Consti already getting himself a double, already getting into the action, making himself known, making himself heard. First over towards red, and then all the way a loop to the bottom side of the ramp, not ready for his position, not ready for his big green to ring past the years of Slump and see his teammate fall against. He's only on 8 HP. I mean, he's just trying to get lucky at this stage, but luck will have nothing to do with it. He's going to have to hit shots, and with 20 seconds remaining, the AK can still be lethal, and Mason needed to tear his dome clean off because a second of delay, and he might have been the dead man, but again, all's well that ends well. They're on the board.
Continues to walk between Mason and Consti, a full house, a great look between 2 very active working members of this LAG defense.
Getting active.
And I think it's going to be really a point to continue to see where all over the board Consti is going to have to remain quite active on this AWP. He's really going to kind of have a voice everywhere. Mason got the hops now. He's got the lay to get on it. Has a bit of pathing for an opening kill, and on the other end, Marky is catching him and absolutely snapping him. This is the B site wide open now, and Mason is going to have to move in, but with 3 HP, he's barely breathing.
That was absurd. What a display from Marky. And continuing onwards into the site onto the player who was dealing them the most issues earlier on. Goodbye, Mason, and hello to a freebie walking towards spawn where Consti's op is held. There's a smoke without a gap, and Shane, he's been dispatched of, but Brett needs to do a little more than that.
Gosh.
And knowing now that he's caught at this pillar, needs to call through Consti from the spawn, needs him to get on to Dare, who's now made known. The center pillar, this consulate is going to be a beautiful mark for Brett to just play around whilst Consti posts. And that is yet another round in which Brett finds himself as the centerpiece to unfold. And frankly, obviously hasn't happened a lot on this map, but he was beautifully maneuvering around on Train.
Credit to Brett, credit to Mason, and credit to LAG, who hold on that B site after all is lost, recovering in the end. The reason that I bring up that Mason got the hops is because he actually does. He was actually quite a goated high school basketball player. And that was like his thing. And then really kind of later in high school, he told me like got into Counter-Strike and really was kind of focused on other things for, you know, much of his childhood. So not really like the classical story. I feel like we've all been gaming since like
his
10.
brother didn't put him on.
But yeah, I mean, I think it was a part of the mix, but
oh, really?
Man, Mason could be in the NBA right now. Who knows? It's a professional of some kind.
So you're saying that video game addiction ruined this young man's chances at making a long and fruitful career in the NBA?
Probably, man. He told me he would like go to his high school gym early in the morning and put up shots like Kobe Bryant. I'm like, who is this guy?
Okay.
I'm not even joking.
One flash to be set up with one
grinder.
smoke, and eventually they're going to continue to chain them after they've gotten the room to work. The Sandman and Wolf will ensure that there's no more room to work, that there's no acres, as you would put it, for them to actually invest upon. As Marky, his pistols have been pretty impressive, but this one a bit too much and a bit too late to the game, as 3-all is going to be a wonderful feeling for Lag, having gone down to that 0 mark against the 3 moments before, to where once Consti's op was put into the mix, he's always gotten his kill per round. This is the first that he hasn't, but not needed when all kills are split between the 2 top players of the board, Wolf and Sandman. they pull it together and they pull apart getting info and leave them with a little bit of a scrappy bye, to say the least. Putting it lightly.
I mean, really almost exactly how we started Train, right? Right back and forth with kind of LAG bringing this slow burn back in the direction. But, I mean, with it also, classically, I mean, Ball's been in the court of Snap. He's really been having to work a whole lot. I mean, with familiar feelings, but here with constant pressure being put back by Brett, that is, I mean, really kind of riding off the energy, I feel like, from that first map. It was quite a good set that they put down on that Train, but feels like getting info of a lot of control into the beginning of round 7, just getting out and taking a good look at middle here. Marky's still a thorn in the side, though.
He wants to see somebody. Sees out Brett's space.
They're intimidated by him.
Re-smoked. Yeah, I would be. Consti, though, player high, player low, sees the shadow, and he's baited by it. Shane, on the bottom ends, will never have been seen by Mason. As a matter of fact, he'll never be seen by Mason at all. As that smoke ensures that the smoke will, on the other end, soon fade in towards mid, which Brett pulls back off the site and makes it a monstrous affair in which he may go down. Mason will activate, and everybody has pivoted off the back of it. A 1 versus 2 in the blink of an eye. You miss it. The action ever fast, and it doesn't slow down as Marky has one more to find in knowing Sandman was here at red before. A 40-second mark and a bomb to recover.
Hugely impactful yesterday. Sandman has to find the biggest round for LAG so far, separated from the bomb now, giving Marky a ton of room to work with. The smoke to sort of suggest that fate, but with so many calls on the plate for Marky, which does he dot up? It's a simple crawl towards this A site with the smoke on his back, but with 14 to go, this is gonna have to be a shocking move for it. Quickly on it, swiftly for the plant, Tony, setting up shop.
Now, so many different places to question right now if you are Marky. I mean, he could have been anywhere at this stage, but the smoke at least giving him the room to walk into Donut and not worry about his side. And now, eventually, having seen nothing there, hearing the stick onto the bomb, not a tap. He's not aiming in the right space. He's not even going to start his spray.
What?
But even so, Marky's going to find him. He will rein it in, and one bullet is all that will have been needed. And frankly, it had to be the headshot. Nails it, and nails them down a 4th. What a crazy round.
With everything that just got on the mic, it's a perfect time. This is a timeout that we'll point out that is called by Semphis & Co. over here on Getting Info, where, I mean, it's going to have to be a hell of a word from Ario back for the LAG team. That was a round that was chaotic. Kills like that from Brett, and then immediately with Sandman coming to get that trade, you feel like you've won the round. You feel like you deserve to win the round. But deserve got nothing to do with it, with Marky's on the other side, serving him up just like that. 7-3 is doing a ton for Getting Info this afternoon.
Great stuff. And you said that they were afraid of him at the start of that round, Marky. Well, if that wasn't true before, then it certainly is now. The boogeyman unleashes from out the depths, the bottom of mid, and in through the smoke. Looms your worst nightmare. A lead that is now theirs, a bye that is now back from lag. So at least they don't have to tuck their tail and try to hide away and stow for what will be a good amount of time to recover even further kills. Is actually bypassing Wolf, but into the den of Sandman as he thought he had a timing, and so too did I.
It's a call they have been waiting to go ahead and grasp with both hands right now. It's Getting Info. They're going to try and find an element of surprise out here against LAG. Constantly got to hit the difficult shots and so damn close to doubling up onto Dare, but that could have been a make or break point in the round. This is a 3 versus 4 here and softened up our LAG with a point at which to consider going for this retake or not.
Think somebody's going to need to find a kill pretty quick, and then if they die, then that's going to be them just spiraled onto the save in full, and Slump would be a good start, but that's got to be it, I think. The flashbang will go wider off Temple side, but Slump's ready for you to try and change elevations amidst the air. Good luck even being able to manage a spray. Well held, double-digit kills for him. He saw Consti started to heat up, and he said, well, I guess it's my turn now. And this round is distant memory, really. There was nothing in this next one to come from lag either. This is looking really good from what was, again, an early round beginning that looked great. A bit of a hiatus, but right back to form with Marky's clutch.
Getting info got time for an Anubis, man. I can do this all day. Put them on those pistols. Sitting them right down, Tony. I mean, Slump the slasher right there was going insane in the backhaul. That rating yesterday is, I think, shown in a good flash there. I mean, talk about potential. You want an opera in North America. Slump has been a guy that has obviously been speculated about. And, I mean, with getting big ratings in important tournaments and continuing to get that experience, the young member gets a 10-4 scoreline here and looks great.
Schlump going stupid right now. You got it.
Yes, sir.
And another one to walk up through elbow in a moment. Going to have to hope to get a timing on it. Not the weapon for a distance. Not a Deeg. Just a measly P2K.
Tony, if you'll recall, we actually casted the Slump birth, practically. The welcome Slump to the big leagues moment, where versus Vibe. All right, hold on. I'm trying to yap during the eco round. Don't put this in a serious spot. It shouldn't be there. We'll resume on that in a moment, because I don't think it would be fair to Sandman to not give this a good threat. Marky's going to attempt to put this bomb down. All comes down to the timing here. Marky to hop off the bomb in a perfect position to find any lying bug. He absolutely squashes Sandman. And so what I was referring to was, it was CCT Season 2, Series 1, or Series 2, something of the matter. Final
really
Form
long
versus
time ago,
Vibe.
I think.
Literally a year ago, last summer. It was a Dust 2, which was the map 2 versus Final Form and Vibe. It was an 0-2 like elimination match. And dude, Slump was doing it sideways. He was like bunny hopping up cat, dropping 130 ADR on major winners. It was ridiculous, man.
Yeah, I remember that actually. Pretty vividly, I even remember it wasn't even like one of the craziest teams. It was like that Final Form roster that's now different core that I think is also playing in this same tournament that I don't remember. It might be anything else, but seeing Slump against his old IGL, one sharper than the other in that instance, and it's the dink and follow-up from Brett where a leg is not going to cut it. And now that leaves them with having to continue onwards in their trajectory towards this A site on the mid-split, but without one of their key opponents, unless they'd like to send a message over to the opposite ends of the map with 1:10 with time enough to do it. Reasonable, but needs to be effective in order to make this round one that can actually be dreamed up, because they're just hunkering down right now, Lag.
Trying to clean out into Donut a bit further. Holding on to it with exactly what has already been giving up. Dare gonna be screaming in the VC now. The space that I've gotten on B is too good to not give a good grasp, and now they're gonna be sprinting here with this smoke, with this space, with that frag. It is going to be a fool's errand on that B site. The gold on A and the bomb down.
A walk back from Sandman towards A main. He's gonna be the one that they look bring in on that timing, on that timer, though Marky's internal has started to beep. Turns his attention into that direction and leaves a much easier job for his two teammates in Donut there, because they know that they've got to go for a fight somewhere. They know they've got to fight for the flush. And the last time that they attempted to stick him into smoke wasn't really the best of scenarios. And Marky will fall. It will be an AK for Brett. But Constantly, if he would have wanted to do anything about that round, if he did want to go for a stick, he would have needed a kit. So without that, it really just spells doom and gloom, as the 7th is there and getting info very desperately want to send us even further beyond. And Shane might go into the further beyond as well, but that's okay. Not a big deal.
Another brick in the wall for getting info at this point, the way they're rolling. Want to put up that 9-3 and stamp it on the forehead of LAG, where they're playing. Got a bold buyback. But I mean, on every press, it's been vicious from getting info, pulling on each leg. On A, it's been quite a bargain for them, and that's something that has opened up a couple of these playbook pages these last couple of rounds. So far, is Dare out into middle, and again, getting info, been fearless at this point of the map, and that has served them so much success.
Not sure where to move right now. If if you are Wolf, your teammates are doing the moving for you. Through A main, and Brett trying to do something to alleviate any pressure. That Molotov, if it is the spread, he's a dead man walking, and Marky's just trying to pre-fire around that one, even inside of the Molotov, and Dara's got his shoulder covered. Good by Consti. Clear. A shocking turn of events. Losing that man one makes everybody else all the more pressured, and Amali right on top of where Mason looked to re-entry, to a point where a smoke was on the other side just as well. It was layers. And at this point, it's just swing, fight, live and die, and getting info usually on the living end of that. It does not let up, Mark.
This is the biggest deficit that LAG have been in, and literally any point in the qualifying game so far, they've literally had one other series in this, so it's, you know, not saying too much. But even having some words with Mason after the game yesterday, I know that they were feeling really good about it, how they were playing through, how these moves had gone on for multiple months, obviously. Spraying down, getting it into a squeaky clean kill right at the end. Mason does survive, just right next to the bell. It's a good line for him, but they've got to be ringing for 4 right here. That much I know.
Pretty close game as far as everybody's concerned from team-to-team basis. As far as, you know, Marky, Slump, and Shane all doing as best they can, where it feels the players on lag are evenly distributed in terms of their kills, but someone needs to step up and beyond, as Brett was doing it before. Mason in this game was doing as best as he can, but cooled off, and Constantly without an off has not yet been seen at the same level of efficacy, and the same cannot be said for Slump, who turns on a dime and finds Mason just as well, and both players attempting to pincer him will have to try and wake up a little earlier next time around, because getting info are on, and the lights are shut out for lag, but not entirely. They have a chance to turn them back on in the second half of the second map. Stay tuned.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Still
Well, if 9-3 the scoreline doesn't tell you, I will. It's a dominating first half. They're getting info put all the way out in front of LAG. And I don't think their plans are changing. You better have time at home to watch a third map. It seems like Anubis is inevitable.
Yeah, guys, hope you bargained for a day of CS because it looks
Put
like
another
we're
pot of
going to be
coffee on.
getting one, huh?
Put a pot of coffee on, pal. Tea? Whatever your
Dr. Pep. That
fancy
Dr. Pepper?
is. Hey, man, that'll get you right.
That's that Dr. Pepper. Molotov on
Snav,
Brett. That's it?
waiting
That's
for his
interesting.
patience. And already getting hit up for it. May need to use it soon, as they would like to get into B site, lock down a post plant, and likely cut him out of the equation back here. This is interesting, with LAG getting so lightly and that far into cave, they can make the contact and already consider turning this thing around. That's what the Molotov is really for. It's to lock out CT. But are you going to be ready for Marky here? This guy standing in the shadow is absolutely going to see him with the scythe if he does peek, but he's waiting for the rest of getting info to arrive.
Mason waited forever for everybody to leave and vacate that B site, but will it have been too long? Because there are players who are kind of just exposed all over the site. Brett and Wolf, both of them actually leaving themselves extraordinarily susceptible to a duel in which Sandman needs to take. The bomb has been smoked, it's been covered, and they're turning around because where else could he be? Mason may get a kill or two, but it's not nearly enough to give me any sort of an inspiration as to the pistol round play from LAG.
Out of steam, ball in the court of Brett now, and it's not even inflated. I mean, maybe with one little bomb plan here, it's going to trickle a couple of dollars back in your pocket, but I feel like we're already kind of out of this to go. This is a done map feeling, Tony. I really would like to see that, you know, I feel like it was really impressive for, at the points where LAG started to turn around, that first half of the training was in big moments, and, you know, that takes a lot of energy to be able to bring out very labored spray by Mason on that Galil. Never an easy measure, but an opening kill nonetheless.
Re-smoked right up in Wolf's face, but he'll, he'll be okay with that for the most part, I can only imagine. Should it mean that they can just continue to work forwards as they please with that man advantage? This round hinging on those two fully automatic rifles that are set. Need to be turrets, and that's putting it lightly. Everybody's stationed up in this B-bomb site. Everybody's awaiting their waltz in. So, no reason to be going over towards A and just, trying to throw your body on the line for if that execution were to come through. I mean, it's a very, very reasonable gamble stack, if any map, but now just playing off each other's contact. Snav even then waiting to spring into action, but Dare's rifle, as mentioned, the turret stands his ground, plants his feet, and mows down 3.
2 rounds, 7 frags for Dare, getting that around. Tier is 11 is quite a statement that is already written in permanent ink. You spoke of it before. I mean, along with Snav doctoring up quite a great first half calling wise, it's been almost every single individual left on the board for getting info to have a time in the limelight. Those 2 rounds, but Dare neck and neck with Slump's output. Fast A, they're going to be at least surprising. Speak of the devil, we're back to Slump. And he's going to likely connect. He does. And, I mean, practically did the details towards Consti. They could even see in Consti getting every spam around the world right now.
Just chilling against this wall, hoping his teammate can get something done on his front. No, a bomb plant, 1 kill, and now left with it all to do on the climb back to what'll have to be OT. Mark, it's 9 rounds to go for it. Feeling no pressure right now, getting info, have to just be smiling from cheek to cheek, ear to ear at the fact that they really don't have to do a whole hell of a lot to get the I was going to say trophy, but no, it's not the trophy in the win. It's only a chance at closing the series in a 3rd map as we reset once more. And that Anubis is one where if you are a fan of both of these teams, you would know that there's some potential on that one, Mark. Potential for greatness. Flash off the wall in mid to try and go back out. A self-engagement from Dare, looking to set himself up in order to make something happen, but Snab will do that before he is the next peak from the top side of shelf, in which dealt with Wolf continuing to lose bodies from his teammates that surround him, though, and nothing seeming stabilized. And speaking of unstabilized, is the movement from Consti refusing to strafe and refusing to stand still is too inaccurate, wildly so.
Now getting info, got their entry fragger active. Dare will be up head-to-head next to Slump for the highest rated player out of the first map. Brett and Wolf see if they can actually send this Ancient to around 17. Putting themselves in best of one territory, facing into Ancient right at the end of the series. Not sure Brett was close enough to hear the scope in by Slump, but where else could this last link of A have gotten off onto, seen an ankle and just tore it off? Brett on that other side, and a 1v3 now. Was awfully potent on map number 1, but you're going to need something stronger. Getting info, roll, and smoke LAG on that map number 2, and we're going to Anubis to finish this thing out.
That was an insane display from the likes of particularly Slump and Marky, man. I mean, everybody was playing well. Everybody was fine enough. I mean, clearly by the scoreline, that would have to have been the case, but it is just undeniable the difference in players in that map in particular. The gap has been established, and you said beforehand that Ancient was one that's, previously a little bit more comfortable for the side of Lag/Vagrants, and hasn't really looked like that here. So now a little bit of the expectations being tossed out the window. But again, Anubis is that third, Mark.
It absolutely is that third. And I mean, with the body language seen all the way through, that tells you a lot from that getting info side. I've seen this type of force from a Snab-led squad with Shane and Dare sitting by him. And, after, coordinations like that, I've seen them lift trophies. Obviously, not the stakes that we have here this afternoon, but they want to continue to roll in our upper bracket. We're going to continue to roll in about 10 minutes time. Don't go far. We got Anubis to see who's going to be rolling on in the winner stage.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. Is this the numbers again?
All right, guys. Map 3. Keeping it going. The series has been an exciting one. It's been one of many different twists and turns. Both teams getting their map, though. Ancient going a little bit more heavily into the favor of getting info than not. Leaving this third of Anubis as the final. A flashbang to go in towards A main, perhaps in through this smoke in which Wolf has waited ever so patiently for, and blinded his dare. His teammate not so much. He's going to peep out and try and get a couple of frags, and just on the pop shots he's been able to find, leaves Shane with so much more room to move, and obviously being pincered, he can only last for so long. But his one kill was really all that you could have expected, and sidelined his Sandman, and from the side lines up another from Slump. Everybody is inwardly facing, and this A site is closed for business. No bomb planted. MP9s, an A1S. Good spread, but the pistols are certainly not going to be the greatest and largest of weapons. We're really budgeting for that next round. The AK-47s are going to be a delight, and Marky just continuing onwards from the momentum that he built individually speaking, stacking up frags over from Ancient, and now continuing on in this map. He and Slump, as a matter of fact, are going to look to roll it on in. And we can welcome Mark back.
Woohoo!
He's gone for a moment
Internet
there.
gods have welcomed me back, Tony. I was I was a naughty boy. I thought they were, you know, finally taking me out, man.
Glad to
You
have
haven't got
back,
rid of me
though.
yet. Don't you worry.
No. These AK-47s are going to look to break the mold of what getting info got, which isn't saying much, to be honest
Was
with
it
you.
an exciting pistol round, Tony? Were
Yeah,
there
well,
flashy shots?
no,
Bullets flying?
no.
Aw,
Big shutdown, though, from
there you go.
getting info.
Who are going to be loving a good, strong start at the beginning of the CT side. Pressure on LAG with the ball in their court. Knowing how we feel about this Anubis. This is not a gunfight that they should be losing. MP9 squares up with the AK and comes out on top, but can't get the second.
It's good. Finishing off what was a very reasonable man advantage they could have found onto either him or Mason, but the latter now having to make up for that, retrieves the Z4, groups up towards a main and the double walk in, or at least close up. It's going to be Darren Shane, the dynamic duo, to play off the pillar. But he kind of wants to see what's going on here, and he may lose his head or find the pair of them when they're not exactly ready and prepared. And Dare, having used his teammate's body to perfection, baits out the last of the kills and finds them their third and another denial to a plant. This is already looking like a bit too much to handle if you are lag. The CT side on an extraordinarily T-sided map is kicking.
And don't you forget, right? I mean, literally, I don't think literally right after this, a brief break, but there's another best of 3 that you're going to have to play regardless moving on if you are the loser, right? So whether or not you lose, you're going to have to get a quick reset, recover the mental right now. That's already been a point. Slump sees somebody behind him, and he still got that down. Finally get that trade immediately through, but a chaotic start. And it just keeps going. It's going to continue with into E-Box. Markin can't quite get the job done. The connector shots are not quite guaranteed. Dare, he's going to be joining this party quite quickly. And the dynamic duo from A is going to have to shift to a different wheelhouse.
Now nade to the smoke. Shane attempting to blow it and maybe gain some vision or even do some damage atop of it, but not any of those things going to happen. I said a second ago that it was looking like they had bitten off a little more than they could or should chew, lag, but now steering things back on track. Could have gotten out of hand. Slump's got the sniper. A 5-7 for Shane to potentially have actually facilitated that. I'm not too sure. Lurk smoke at B, though, and now Slump's got to do some second guessing as to where he can comfortably post from. Or maybe it's actually given him the comfortability in order to hold towards E-Box.
Going in for seconds, potentially. Double dips doesn't find anything quite quickly. LAG got to spread their hand wide. Cover as much of the map as they can. At a certain point, you're absolutely looking at a huge opportunity right now, other end of this, but probably the most reinforced point of this site. Right here, 3 box. Good Molotov that is going to really make it a cold day for Slump, but it gets heated up on the back of the site with Marky landing a huge spray, but the site handed over to LAG. Oh my gosh.
Burning.
Full
Yeah, the
position by
shots
Dare.
are just better for it. Wolf is out of there. Or, excuse me, Dare is out of there. Ah, my wordplay ruined. And now the bomb planted safely, soundly. They sneak in through spawn, and Shane, again, delegated to just a pistol. How much can he really do about this one? I mean, I guess the saving grace is that Wolf is close, and that weapon can have that level of damage, but turn to about face. 90 degrees to his left, it's Pizza where the sprays come through, and Snev may finish off a 1 of 4, but there's just nobody left to help him out and doing any more. Great from Wolf in that round in order to just get his first 4 kills on the board. And the juncture where they needed a conversion, the juncture where on a bomb plant and also shutting down the sniper investment onto Slump, they give themselves some hope.
They really do, and I mean, draping their colors, I mean, particularly all over B so far. It's been a good couple of grasps in that direction, and the 2 rounds that they do take out in that site are in a row on B. So a great stint that they're going to hopefully, you know, turn into a good tally and rhythm right now. Mason with the MAC-10 hopefully can find a couple of easy frags and just to feel bit like a breeze for LAG. But that deagle shot anything but hits you on the head. And so on the other side, it should be a different story. But Dareth's got a deagle for you, so just get ready to go. Don't feel like we're tuning in too much to that reel, but reel it back to the camera and you look through the lens for 1 shot.
He already having found his one. Walks it back. Slump actually dips back to B main to get the gun that was lost earlier on as Marky wants to deal a little more damage further beyond. A clutch potential, I guess, but the AK-47 being as far as it was, if you wanted to reintroduce himself into the scenario, then it would have been a little bit long of a while having no kit in it on top of that. So very nice AK-47 to hold on to. Really helps and bolsters their economy for a little while longer as 3-all will be upon us and the Bible will be back, and Lag have given it over thanks to that 3 in a row. A very similar scene to that last map of Ancient, except flip that on its head. It's that 3-round start on the CT side for getting info, met by 3 rounds from Lag, but what will follow that? Because this is really where things start to heat up. If this is where the CT side starts to while out once more, then Lag are going to have a pretty awkward set of financial conversations to have upon that next half. How desperate are you willing to go in 4 spies and things of the like?
That's the question. How bold are you willing to get? It's also on the table. A quick play here into B comes in, and they're not quite going to be landing it as they so serve. It's Shane that gets that spam onto the aggressive Mason and getting info to get the start that they desire. Trying to tease onto a more aggressive plate here. This is actually a respectable call for LAG to continue to be hot on this press. It's Brett and Wolf that roll into the site, double entries, and now at a 3v3. But at Broken, it is not even the hardest point of this site yet to be exposed. But they just dig out Slump like that. It seems so easy. But Marky on the other side is anything but caught in the trap finally.
Nade for nade, and Snab is still over at B. The rotation took him a while. And now, without knowledge onto what could possibly be going on around the bend, he's going to have to hope to hold his own against Consti first and foremost. But yeah, just between flicks overly to the left side of him, in which Consti will capitalize on. He won't let you get away with any more. Slump with a split-second chance to maybe find a pick, into which Marky would have been much more easy and free to go for the swing preemptively. But the Molotov burning makes the AWP inaccurate. Take damage from any utility in your scope becomes a blur. That's a CS2 change, a silent nerf that they never announced. So for those of you more casual players, the more you know.
That's why we got you here. To tell me what is up, Tony, to make that change obvious.
Yeah.
Mason gets that down. So many people just learned a fun fact today. I was listening to the Sponge Reflections, and something Thorin said to him is a good stint of any analyst or somebody spitting facts is to make the fans feel like they learned something. Tony, you're the bringer of knowledge today. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You don't seem too enthusiastic about it, but hot damn! I'm gonna be loving me some Shane shots like that. Fades away and absolutely beautiful on the green. But Brett, he's going to be stepping to him on the court right now, I think, through the smoke, and this should be the end of Shane. And it is.
And the beginning of something beautiful if Markey can keep delivering with the deagle, man, and a shot to the shoulder, which isn't followed up by Slump. Snav once more, the last left remaining on rotation, just too late to the party from the same spot in space. This time, though, it's 3 players up, and Consti may be the one to shut him out once more. This sees Lag wanting to find that lead, but Snav at least making it an expensive find. I mean, they've got so much money
5-7
in the
instead.
backside, though. Yeah, of course. What? 5-7 is just goated.
Fair enough. Getting info, sent back packing. LAG 5 rounds and back on the itinerary of how they would like any Anubis to go. A T-side thriving, 2 ahead right now of their opponents. They would like to continue a streak like that, and I'm certified to say this. Consti has gotten the bag. This man is rolling in it right now. I would like some money.
Okay.
I have my hand out for Consti right now. He's got 12,000 left, dude. A lot of cash.
Fair.
You can.
Been indecisive in spawn right there, as it looked like they wanted to go in 2 different directions for a few.
Wow.
Brett, I mean, calling upon everyone to get back towards him. It's just too little too late that the molly hits a main, and Brett will go down after his opening kill, but still a 4v4 in which favors the offense. They can walk themselves up in numbers and still have much more impact than perhaps getting info would have liked to have, but legged is Wolfie, lucky to get away with his life, and again, a haphazard peek that may have just almost costed them their chances, but it lessens them even still.
Bomb on the back of the leading man. It is Sandman right outside. Now Snav getting a warning out from Connector. The only standing member here with Markey. He's going to be busy on that spiel right towards the street, even pulling back this player to not really get this in quite of a grasp from B. So it's all onto Snav right here. And with Slump, he could be just chiming in once. This takes pressure away. But right here, Mason just has too much to deal with on his screen. It is all walloped up, overwhelmed by getting info and co. Dare is the only casualty. He'll be happy with that. Quite a round to recover. They roll into round 10 with newfound hope, to be honest.
It's been a little while. I mean,
Revived hope, rather.
yeah, it's definitely still a good enough half as it is, as it were. And they realize that they've had pretty good game plans up against Lag in the rounds that they go head-to-head, clash-to-clash, gun-to-gun. And Slump back with his. Consti to remain competitive, but B main where the primary focus is settled. Snav having to constantly rotate, it would seem, in the late stages of these rounds. Would love to have actual opportunity to lock horns with anybody on this end. Just has to hope it isn't Consti held onto his location.
That goes through right onto the feet. We are revisiting B
Oh,
quite
no.
quickly, 40 seconds into the round, and it's Snav caught at the back of the bomb site. Dare is just exposed right here. He's been given a new chance on it. Blind, but getting face right back through. Wolf with the double. And right here it's Slump that's going to stick back in so far through and maybe alerting with the click. Bomb finally going to be going down on the side of Wolf, and Slump, he just feeling something around this corner. Quick scope given. Would have to be quite a highlight, and boy, he's warming up for it. But I don't think there is any room for a fairy tale right now. Not through the lines of LAG. They're trying to write their own destiny.
Did you feel it? Because I felt it. The energy was starting
I
to
felt
whir.
it. I felt it. Oh, no. And then the 1v1 would have bet on the Consti. You can't tee it up better than that. But for another time.
Constantly awaiting that someone will give him that duel, and he'll actually lend it over to Slump instead. Both missing their mark, though, and then a readjustment on elevation given the smoke is there, and reading that there was a player into the corner, spotting the hip adjusted out from the crouch. Dare, oh, he's sticking to it. He remains faithful, and may be actually rewarded for that. I do wonder if they re-clear once that smoke had faded, though, but Dare, realizing that is entirely possible, doesn't want to stick around really much longer to find out.
LEG seemingly making audibles at the line. Now the way they actually adjust, they power run it down middle, and it's Brett that finds a great truck, an opening kill onto Dare, and it's Shane that is going to bend between these two angles, and he's peppering them down well. All a seasoning for Slump to get in, and look at this nade. It's going to be deadly onto Sandman, but it actually doesn't take him out. Surviving onto 3, that should have been a guarantee, but here, sitting even so low, Consteon 23 got to make their next move to A, and it's Shane versus the world particularly, but he's got help.
Trying to break these windows and maybe catch off a boost attempt. Something else a little silly, a re-smoke though. Oh! Spots them on its beginning to dissipate. Okay, Marky's out of there, and for good reason.
Sandman,
Snav
CT.
thinking to do the same, doesn't want to get caught off in street, but maybe he actually will look to find a fight. Maybe he invites them into his territory, and Wolf actually
Wolf
disconnects, but all good.
It should be all good in a 2v2. But Mason, I mean, you see him twice on the side of your screen. Certainly playing like it right now. Gets a good shot like that, a double in the sight, and it's going to be a heavy hit all the way from the back. It's a triple from Mason, and LAG are blazing. They would like 8 to finish out this T side. The Wolf is back, just like that. That was rather even quicker than my DC.
Like Superman?
I guess you could say that.
My DC. Alright, go.
Yeah, go cry about it. You and the Snyderverse can. Unbelievable scenes.
I'm Cavs.
Wow. You're ready for Corn Set, baby. He's the real deal. See if LAG are the rest of this map, Tone. One exclamation point. This a 4-style. And sort of keep themselves in the driver's seat of this Anubis. It's all momentum-based. Right around this corner. About to get into it for real, and just dazed for a moment. And Shane takes an easy shot, chasing after him and just trying to actually get this pulled out. Brett, he can't quite find the trade, so he's taking it personally. A bit of an overzealous peek out for the IGL of LAG. But right now, it seemingly has something on the other end, something on the hook to reel in. It's 1 kill and a hint about how A is structured.
Okay. Now, faith in the bomb carrier to stay close to Sandman if they'd like to find themselves any room to work into a site. Mid, I mean, the best place for it, the best place to fight out. You can catch somebody off guard. You can at least guarantee you're going to get a 1v1 on either end. And the Desert Eagle of Marquee, there's a world that's probably the most dangerous one. But Slump on an equal standing and equal footing with the 2 players in through camera. Loses his head, loses the sight, and now leaves it to Shane, who also on low HP, thankfully for the side of Lag, is the perfect player to be stationed there, because it means the rest now have to work their way forwards from the opposite extremity. A molly, a smoke, the both of them locked down on either end. Getting info have to wait, but they really can't afford to. They don't have any kits.
Marky trying to break out of the quarantine right now. They're stuck in the smoke and trying to see through it. Sandman has to step up to put this all the way on a light, but he's blown out. The candle gone for LAG. And it is Snav's squad that puts this first half out. They have 5. That is more than satisfactory for this CT side. And remember, they're beaming with 1 pistol round already here on this Anubis. We got 3 minutes to see if they're going to be continuing this motion. We'll be right back.
Hello, welcome back. Map 3. Lag. Getting info. Anubis. Mark, why not? A place
That's
in the
us.
next stage of stage 2.
Who's gonna do it?
I
We're
don't know, but
carrying
the loser
on
has
with,
another shot. Remember that.
and that shot's with us. So you better get used to it. Getting info. Got that first pistol in their pocket. Can they make it double? It's a bit of trouble already showing out. This is awkward spacing. Sandman with a great double. That's what we were looking for him to go ahead and capitalize in round 12. Round 13, got a couple great shots for us. Bomb gone down, but the number in favor of LAG.
So smooth, those 2 shots, but retake needs to be a little smoother. Both like the players again caught off on their move back to the deeper ends of the bomb site. And Consti's dual Berettas, they do eventually cool off, overheated initially perhaps, but they'll take their time, everybody, in order to tap away all the heads needed to were dicey for split seconds, but Sandman inspires the crew with his taps.
And a discussion that actually comes down to a nice call to it. See the majority of the Galils and the nade-strapped MAC-10s to be alongside, potentially leaning into a faster A-play already off the bat. Sneak through the smoke and see into it already. Getting info. Don't want to see into a 9-10 round scenario for LAG without, really getting a good route about it on a gun round, Tony. So this is where they send their best shot early.
Looking to sink it. I like to see a competitive round following an initial pistol. Money not always really offering that kind of a conversation to be had. And Snav clearly putting all of his eggs in one basket in many ways. Obviously a very T-sided map to where leaning into these can work out in your favor. Losing them also won't really hurt you in the long run that badly. Seeing as at 10-5, you'll still have that full buy. It's a little bit of a gap to close, but again, a map that warrants those sorts of caution to the wind maneuvers, and they only have enough of a set of utility to go into one site. Well, one time do they have a shot to get through. Flash is primed and prepped onto a good space now to where Wolf is blind. He'll turn out from this left side of the cake and find a kill and a dink onto the first. He's lucky to have been gotten away with so much damage, but Mason also alleviating some of the space that's been taken by his extremities. Sandman, who's on the rotate, not too far off, is Brett just as well, but one mouse click and one hold down for Mason, expecting them to run him through, but Dare can't quite get to a weapon with more ammo and time to divert from the Glock.
Approaches it confidently, bomb plant, getting info, cause a lot of difficulty in that LAG side, but they're not coming out on top right within this vein. Consti gets that defuse off, and it's 9 rounds that are written across the board for LAG, but Snav & Co. never let out anything from a round like this. And to be honest with you, I feel like I was about to say they're about to get really creative with a batch of Tech 9s, maybe save some of the cash for it, but what? You can get your hands onto a premium rifle, practically run back something maybe with a little bit more brute force, but they don't quite have the speed, Tony. What's the call here?
Slow.
And steady.
Doesn't always
sit
win
in
the
for
race.
Brett.
Not really
a hater of the tortoises all of a sudden?
Yeah, not Hundo P, sure. What they're going to
What if it was
rip with an
Tortai?
AK-47, but Dare, he's going to have to be a real splinter that I need to pull out.
Ouch.
Now needing this AUG also to get a little bit of information towards Canals at some point, maybe. Otherwise, they may be popped upon. A lot of maybes, a lot of ifs, ands, and buts, but a spray rained in that was a little messy to begin with, but honestly laser focused on a Consti by the finish, and 3 HP, he's been gifted. And so too of getting info now, with so much to work with, and Consti being the one to fall also just gives them knowledge that the op has not yet been brought.
Sandman approaches. Separated from Mason, but they are connected in this call, and Mason has to ball between that Molotov. He's forced to fight, and right here, backing out is Dare. Already been separated on this, but now even forced to go within that site. It's actually turned out to be quite a manageable press, but the bomb is still got to get there. And now it's all gone on to Brett. They've just got to find this frag, and they do. Shane doubles up and makes it a triple all the way from 3 with that Galil working a great round at the beginning of this T-side.
And now it's Lag who are starting to maybe sweat. I mean, it's, again, I said earlier in the first half, going to be uncomfortable decisions as far as their buys are concerned on this CT side should the rounds get too close. And they did get too close. 5 for GI. I mean, it's undoubtedly one of the better or best halves you can ask for on Anubis. Marky once more showing that he's got prowess on whatever weapon you give him in this map. And now given the high firepower rate and penetration of an AK-47, may be able to deal even more damage even further, but without vision, Dare can only do so much, and Slump will refrag and actually get out of dodge and get out of space, but he kills himself.
One nades in the chat. I think that was with the nade G. Poor guy. Gone but not forgotten. That is going to be getting info walking wounded. Wasn't going to be Slump carrying along for much longer, though. Was hit up for it. And softened for a situation like that. Bomb going to be an approach on the other end. Connector going to be doubled up, where there's a trio in the site of Lag members right to give it a grasp. But it's actually going to be where the full throttle meets up. I mean, 30 seconds to give this a good go. I was mistaken. It's all from the front end right now. So this is going to be a good go about it. 25 seconds. LAG should let nothing pass this line. And even burning in the fire, Sandman does so much. All Consti has to do here is work with the time, work with the smoke to fray. But Marky, he could just feel something within this vicinity. 13 and 10 ticking to go. Marky magnetically connects to Consti and now hops to the site. But right now, with one more player to find, no kill connected, would have to turn on to Wolf, and it's not even sent for. Wolf may not even find Marky, and he does, literally at the last millisecond, but that doesn't change anything. 10 rounds for LAG, 3 away from moving across the next part of the upper bracket.
All 5 die, though. The buy is not going to be much better. So it's another shot, and where Snav can say pretty reasonably that we should go for this one. A little less of a Hail Mary, but even still being thrown short. The end zone is in sight for Lag, but we're only entering the 4th quarter now.
Oh my gosh, Tony with those sports references. We love this.
You like that? You like that? Ah!
All right, calm down, Kirk.
Sorry.
And this one into a different scene. Wolf on that side. They just pass by because there is quite a bunch. The entire team behind that smoke. And a flash to invite that in. Carpet going to be wiped. It's going to be Mason. The floorboards.
Oh!
And that nade to try and make it a deal. Sandman here could try and take advantage of a sleeping Slump. Can't quite do it. Got to get more connections from up top. And Consti good about a third. Right where he needs to be. On scene. But it's Snap that locks him up. Tape across the board, a team ace for getting info, and they come together when they need to.
Rise against, holy. They did it. They said, can we just go through this? In regards to the smoke that was plopped at their face. With everybody there, you may as well, and it works. But even though it does, it could have turned at any point. It felt like there was so much multi-kill potential for so many different players, and very nearly bringing it from heaven. But final and last of the hurdles. Brett facing the same syndrome in which Snav had last, and that's B-rotator syndrome. It's never a fun one. Typically the E-box player, so he's deepened in this round as well on the other sides of the smoke. Now with so much utility to try and push him into an uncomfortable space to where he needs to move and make something happen, He's only got that 5-7. He hasn't anything to smoke off a molly. He doesn't have any flashes to go in for a fight unless sent up by a teammate. And Mason, I can see that he's holding and pinning one now, but Dare's already close. Dare's already inching forwards. Oh, he's got him. Wait, another flash here, and he may get one for free, but not quite. Snav will manage it.
Pushing out Sandman. No, he's got to be here in this corner, and they hook him on the line. Now it is the rest of LAG in the net, but they are not out free yet. They got sharp claws on that side. He better fear reaching into the bag, but right here, they do their due diligence. They're trying to take this one step at a time, finding these pistols, not letting themselves get taken advantage of, finding that foot even around the corner. And there's a member right up on the street, constantly to push that forward, and it is Marky that continues chewing through him. A full set between Marky and Snav, and they are putting together quite a collection.
Pretty smooth. I mean, it could have gone much worse. Marky with a blinder, literally, no vision on him, holds mouse 1 on the angle that he was already expecting there to be a player positioned in. Head level. Spray is good. How can you miss it? Another one with just pistols, but this one, not by design. HE for Wolf is the only thing they have going for them right now. So let this be the HE to rule them all. Nothing.
Oh. Nobody home.
Thank
Arrow
you.
continue to look. Lion's old Brett hanging around, and I get a feeling Dare's Mac 10 is gonna begin to actually get out and see into the field. Sees onto the pitch, and he gets something back on the grass. 2 all the way doctored up by his own hand. Slump comes in. It gets him a handful. He gets that headshot onto Mason. Can he get another?
I mean, they're both in the same spot in space right now, so if somebody stumbles upon them, they may have some money to fry. Drop the E-box. Nobody spotted or seen. The MAC-10 will deviate from the plan, lose its life as response, and even Sandman will fall at the last second. This distance has been closed. It's Lag who really netted themselves that grace period. They could afford to lose some rounds. They could afford to go for some saves. They could afford to make some mistakes and go for risky maneuvers. But now they've got to lock it in. Now they've got to hold down a split map 2-1-2 and constantly given utility enough to stuff deeper in the mid to elicit the idea that he may be going to peek from the bridge. And they're trying to actually pressure a main just the same. So getting info now. They know that a lot of this utility has been expended in this area of the map. They know that they could probably have a pretty high likelihood of finishing there, and without there being much utility to counter, have just walked on in, dry, a contact play, and no one has seen it. Wolf is not yet spotted around this bend, and the MP9 may just be blindsided in seconds, or Wolf will spring into action, as just the same as he had not seen them, it's they who had not seen him, as a wolf in sheep's clothing, if you would. 3 kills in a moment where that A-site could have just crumbled beneath the hold of getting info, and Snav is between 2 minds and between 2 worlds, 2 players in which will secure them 11.
I mean, well said, Tony. Where you have Wolf on that site to actually be that manner. I thought I was literally just about to doctor up a conversation. Mason with his knife out, about to walk into 3 players, right? And Wolf even gets that back on the adjustment. LAG just found themselves a miracle round falling into their lap after the last couple that have been so conclusive from getting info. Mason continues to want to go ahead and get this down on the mats. But right now, I mean, he's been sweated out. Slump with that opening kill as well will continue to tally, and it's LAG that throw their bodies in the fire. Red tries to push. Wolf in the bush now as well. And it's going to be a hard day. Getting info up to 10 most likely. Ooh. Slump to put Mason in the bag as well. And there's room for Consti, I promise. Bomb right here. Trying to serve it over. I respect it.
There's nobody there to throw it to, Shane. You're playing catch
Oh
with a
my
ghost.
A lateral that turns into a fumble. That is recovered. Whistle blown.
That could have been something worse even. Honestly had the right idea. Bested by his counterpart on the other side who encloses on his kill count. And then closes on his round count too. This one's going to be a stinger. This one's going to be a painful one to look up at on your screen when you're playing out and trying to listen and make decisions. That's going to be rattling in the back of your mind that the T side has met you at a head at the final stages of a map that typically doesn't let you. Sink or swim, do or die. Men from boys. You get the picture.
Info make themselves look big in middle. Utility, the spams, pushing every sort of sent back. A little bit awkward trying to clear back. It's respect that they do even alert. Getting info, know that they have a bit of muscle back in middle, numbers outside of B. And Brett with the 5-7 on an island. You're to just try and literally cracking one coconut would be fine. Getting down with one frag would be the bare minimum, but this is what Brett needs to do to extend the life cycle of this site. It seems like we are facing into a tied game, and there's not a damn thing that LAG can do to make this all the way proven.
Sandman had a split second where he may have been able to deny the plant, but still would have been killed. So, wouldn't have mattered all that much. And with what they've got, with the loss bonus accumulating and building and swelling, I feel like going for exits here is just not really the biggest importance to them. But also, it's only really like the armor that they care about at the end of the day, so a little bit of kill reward would be cool. It's not even head armor to go along with it. Consti thinks better of that scenario and probably can still make good use of the MP9, seeing as Wolf wasn't exactly the wealthiest of guys. If he wants to toss that over. They've traded in some capacity and given faith into Consti, who's been pretty consistent so far with the big green, now turned into the big white, gray, and red. If the skins equal wins, Mark, are they winning this?
Yeah, ask Arrow about last night, Al. I think he'll tell you a different tale.
This is an all-determining round for lag. I mean, they're just frankly done if they can't win here. They'll have nothing. A save
Slump
imminent
posted
if
up.
they can.
It is going to be necessary. Got to cash in on it here. Cash in on the upper bracket is what you want. Consti, moving this forward inch by inch. Can barely see the shadows slump, but can see Shane. And now the call to Snap to give this thing a good ring. Consti putting his life on a fine line, and he backs it up before it does get cut. Waiting for this to fade outside of A. And with that just seen flashed in between Consti's eyes, we're getting a whole lot of information back on this, but it's the real deal onto A.
The loser of this goes on to play Lycus Empire at 11-11. That's what you're trying to avoid. You're trying to see Boss in that upper bracket. You're trying, if you're Snav, to find that you've made the right decision in the move over.
It seems like their final destination will be right here on this B site. Sandman and Brett, for it all to be avoided. And a big nades, give them a warning, but it's Brett seeing him fading back, and he's got a shot up like that. Sandman with a very good kill, and Marky can make a bit of space like that. They've proven it. They have got it out here for real. Getting info. They draped down on this B site, and they've got it in their own colors as well. Man advantage up with the bomb down. It's an impossibility for Consti and Wolf.
Slump ramping up in the clutch with the AWP and finding the first. It's Mason who's gone, and Consti whose angle is not an easy one, and no one will walk into it. No one will give him the time of day, and Wolf smoked time. Speaking of it, only has the one kit. If he's to go down, it's Consti who's got to make a move. The first already having been made, and the molly up the fluff, the molly up the mark, but Wolf on the money. He's going to elevate himself as well as hit the ground with accuracy. With Consti now posted, it's Marky in the clutch, and a missed shot that costs them.
Cashing in on 12. Marky had it all the way from B main in a triple, but it was all fate, and it works out, and it falls on the blade of getting info. They just got one more bite to get a 13-11, and their ticket to the next round to face Boss, Tony. That is the storyline that you served up right at the start of this, and who the hell would have thought we'd get it in the second round of the upper bracket just literally a day after the Snav moved back to his boys.
This is a crazy roundabout way for all these players to meet. We were talking about webs being woven yesterday. Talk about the connections that some of these players have and their histories. Many a time over multitude different rosters. And today, I mean, it's really probably the most interesting it's ever been. Like, genuinely, I intend on making a flowchart after this broadcast to be able to really contextualize just how crazy this is. It's all making sense. Snav has made the move, and it's looking pretty good. It's pretty early. It's a test in which lag, overcoming PA yesterday, and now putting up the good fight up against the new look, getting info's also got to be commended, but they're not going to be down and out. They need to force this OT, or else otherwise face that Lycus Empire. Otherwise face elimination from this qualifier in towards Pro League. They've been able to hang, but right now it's Wolf with the only fully automatic rifle.
Nade going right to Snav. That'll hurt. But maybe it won't be ringing for too long. Hopefully that doesn't disturb too much of the motion up there for Snav. I wonder what he's got planned for us right here as we just hit a minute mark and we're starting to tick on 60.
Brett on the jiggle, a Molotov to stall. It's 45 seconds, so that Molly actually may do some good. He throws it close because they could have disrespected the CT incendiary. Pardon and a smoke to boot. Another 20 on the clock. It'll be ticked off. The bomb on Dare. They wanted to commit towards B. They wanted to finish here. And once all of it fades, the shots are going to have to be instantaneous. And now a head back, a run, a full sprint, and audio cues for Mason. But Dare's faked it. He's gone back in. This could be everything or nothing. A nothing burger as Mason gets his run in with his attention taken away, even managing to find a frag, but the time is of the essence. Again, I can't emphasize it enough, and Marky realizing this, about face, left, right, swing all over the place, and that is not only describing the players on lag, but the mentality and mindset of where getting info want to go, and by the time they figure it out, there's nothing as far as a B site is concerned. We're going to overtime.
Got to get more than this regulation to help us out here. It was an Anubis that was, quickly finished by Boss versus Lycus in a 13-10. We'll be watching alongside this to see where exactly getting info or LAG. Now they're going to be, prompting to see either of these squads and what they're made out of in that next round. With getting info scraping along, that was, without even a doubt, their round 24 to lose.
Shot.
Huge pickup. Instant rotate, Tony.
Mason being gone after having been a really influential piece to that last round with all of 1 kill, I think. His presence instilled enough fear in them to leave all the second guessing, to leave them with all of the knowledge handed over to their opponents. Brett wisens up to the possibility now of the opening in mid that's been left, the gap, not enclosed upon by Dare, not until he's been grouped up with a couple of other numbers and trying to finish out. It looks like an A split for me, only considering that the only lurker in this round is Shane towards A main.
"40 seconds and they're quiet." Is A, the Apple currently on their eye through the camera? That's what it seems to be. But through the lens on that AUG, you're not finding nothing. Consti, he is the hidden poach right now to go, and he's just sound in for the very first time. Slump, he knows what is on the docket now, and he swaps out to the AK, becoming more mobile. This is Consti against it all right now, and he is bodied against Slump. This is getting info that streak into overtime with quite speed.
Building character right now and building a bit more of a group effort to which was once a lot of Marquee and a lot of Slump. Now sprinkle in a little Dare, Snav, and Shane. You've got problems arising if you're lag. Consti is considerably cooled off to where Slump is only just starting to ramp up little by little. It seems like the graph on the chart would have seen them cross each other's paths as far as consistency and impact just about 2 rounds or so ago. Ooh, almost rectification, almost redemption from Consti as one crosses from mid and the other post deep. It's the one who he'd hate to waltz into on a timer. The crouch in, and the shoulder even been seen. I thought that Slump had that one. He reacts almost too quickly, it seemed. He shoots before Consti's fully entered his range of scope, into which Consti says, "Thank you, head to head, I'm back, and we're tied." But the only thing that isn't tied about this one is our man advantage.
It's Mason that arrives on street. Consti continues to collect. And potentially with Shane to also waltz into his crosshair. He's got a feeling and feeling damn good. A great flick, and now he's got to turn attention. Turning the tides is Snav, and he's got 2 on it. Marquee here to be the next sign of death, and he's got another head off of the body. Don't let getting info get hot. They've got to recover the bomb here. Got to recover a lot of space, and they're testing Mason and Sandman right now in their connection. Bomb back to A before they have something to say about it.
Marquee has a smoke. There's one from A main. They don't know about him yet, but they knew that Mason was going to go for a rotate of some capacity. It's Sandman with the AUG who can be a difference maker if they're not ready for him. No smoke yet to be deployed. Marquee, he's going to hold on to it. He'd rather use his brawn than his brain. His utility is of not use to him. And Snab could say the same. 3 in this round from him. They're trying to put it together, and Snab, the hero of it all, where 1 bullet is the difference. And how has he managed to not only walk his way into A and find the multi, to finish it off with the side of Marquee? Holy Lord, that's how they get 14, and that's frankly a backbreaker, a mental resetter for lag if I've ever seen. Consti, how much more could he have done?
I mean, there's not much more. There's literally not much more. It brings us back to that Brett double up that we had earlier that was then destroyed, all the way gone. And I mean, it's literally just Snav taking it personally. I remember early in our train conversation, one of the very first points that we brought up in talking about this move to the familiar faces back on Getting Info. I mean, Snav was one of the most individually effective players out there for Boss. And I mean, not only are they going to be missing that force, it's going to be rounds like that that are reminding you exactly why.
Oh. Breathe. Continue to do so. You are lag. Dare's already swiftly sent with resources up through mid-house to where brutally they've been tested before. Lag now in response wastes no time to push through main. It's only Wolf who's doing any of the pushing, though. It's Brett on actually the other side of it. He's gone a little farther beyond with the MP9 and killed neither, but softened both. That could be something. I mean, maybe better off than killing one of them and getting refragged, perhaps. But Dare, oh no, he might have dealt them a dirty hand. I mean, losing Brett, the player who had aggressed through B main, makes it easy to read that there's got to be at least one more on B, but it's weak.
But they're just in connector, though. That's what's going to be spoiling this. Marky is going to have to waltz in without the information, but just on the corner. It is now Consti that's going to have to rely on the AUG
so
right
low.
next to it.
All
and
three.
Now just close to get open, Tony. They need to get that down. There is no way in hell. And Slump gets this bomb into a press. It's this nade that's going to up-press all the way into the corner. Look at the HP, though. A thin veil that Getting Info hides under.
Oh, Shane's gonna hear the player coming from spawn. Does he have his gun out in time? He will, and even still takes a lot of damage for his efforts. And the nade, Marky on the end of that doorway, leaves a 2 versus 3. Speaking of which, Snav, he was a massive member of the last round, and he's not done. At least not with this game. He'd like to be, and in order to do so, he needs to frag out and go wild. A kid onto Mason, and desperation settles. He knows there's no way that they win unless he pulls the clips and wires, and Snav will not allow it, not on his domain. This is one of the most crazy turn of events held by one player.
Snav taking it into his own hands. You know what he is facing into, potentially right on the other end. He knows his former teammates and boss are watching alongside. And with B-Wills and Sauce Boy to be filling those shoes, they ought to be shaken. This is crazy. And it's going to give 30 seconds for Semphis and Ario to get on the mic for potentially the final time in this series.
This is absolutely wicked, man. Timeout, which could very well be the last. (15-12), Lycus Empire, a weight lag in the bracket below, in about an hour and 15. If they can't do it now, they can't make that return. An aggressive smoke. Consti bypassing it, disrespecting it, and sending Snap to the Shadow Realm. The one who had so very often given them a problem. A Molly and an HE, though, and Dare. Will he burn? Brett, swings in and actually realizes that that may be a possibility. Oh, Sandman also taking his timing. Everyone going through on their own. And everybody making their own decisions seems to have worked out fine until it's Shane from the back of the site. Swing in for his double. Deals with the E-Box player. Deals with the B-main push and leaves Mason in the red and Slump on the off. He's missed very few shots, and that one is the shot of a lifetime to send them into the next round against Boss and into a big game for these players.
That's going to be a personal matchup out there for Snav, seeing into all those familiar faces out there. But it was proven in round 24 with Snav with the 4K to bring them across the board. And then 4 rounds in a row, they're into OT to make that plausible, to actually get that out. It is a beautiful work by Getting Info, who even through bringing in a new IGL and a new stint right alongside it, had their shiniest tools taken by NRG. Well, they have just refreshed the box, and they are damn proud.
On the other side of things, that Balls vs. Lycus game, the one adjacent to this, in which these teams were waiting to face, win or lose, it was Fruit Cup who had dominated on Train in the first. It was a pretty quick and easy affair. It was rarely an issue with Doom, honestly, giving them a real good run for their money for a time, with 15 kills on the CT side, but not being able to transfer into the next of the half and not finding support. And on Anubis, it was a little tighter, and they felt the pressure then on, but a falling off of Doom from map 1 into 2, given the disappointment that they weren't able to be as competitive as they might have been, sees once more a Fruit Cup top frag, and they win that one out, and they send themselves to face this next team. But we won't be casting that. We'll be casting Lag versus Lycus. That's the lower bracket, and that's one in where there's a lot to prove and one last lifeline, Mark.
Absolutely. Let's see who will be carrying on. It is quite a grind through that lower bracket, so get prepared today. See into an early morning. One of these teams is going to have that early wake-up call. LAG in Lycus, and as you mentioned, about an hour's time. So don't go too far. We'll be back right then.
As he turns it, nice headshot.
you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, take your hand. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going. If I can't be with you, take my
talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Yeah, we go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS, I no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this.
I've been with some pretty angels who always threw something away. Could I be desperate, crazy, or is it that they never see things my way? Around them the world keeps turning, waking up day after day, hoping to change my story, or maybe see things in a different way.
see. Take it how you feel, my love. It'll only grow and get harder. You're the only light I need to see.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do your turn and blame the other side. If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight Yeah. 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 Ooh, everything I want. Everything I need. Got everything I want. Everything I want. Everything I need. Everything I need. Yeah. Can't take it, I won't take it no more. And the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing me down. 'Cause you like to think you're better than me. If there was a way to tell you, love you hate can never die. You don't even know what happens to me. And you don't even really care to try. Your time is coming, so stop your running. You're gonna have to listen to me. We're rearranging, it's time for changing. Do you hear my cry? Now's the time. I can't take it, won't take it no more. 'Cause the words you say are killing to me. You keep on bringing me down. 'Cause you like to think you're better than me. You told me I was so demanding. 'Cause I want the same as you. I asked and I begged and I pleaded. Tell me what am I to do? And now I'm taking, no longer waiting. No longer got a hold of me. You heard the screaming, but you didn't mean it.
Heading down south to that lower bracket. We're back on the tracks here for EPL Season 22 in North America in the play-in stage. My name is Get the Bag Mark, still here with Why Not FPS. And somebody's going to have to clutch up here or they're going to get kicked out. This is it, Tony. Cutthroat time here in the qualification.
Lycus have newly picked up the LFO roster and in trying to make their way back have been up and also met their downs. It's been a rough patch in the last, but before losing to Boss 0-2, they were up 2-0 over Chicken Coop. It was a former organization for player like Frizzy in now rectifying that this move is the one right to have made, whilst Lag also a little bit of up and a little bit of down within the last 2 weeks, not able to take 2 consecutive wins in best of threes since 3 weeks ago.
Meaning that off of a loss, they should be turning up their chances here potentially.
If the patterns, repeat.
If we're repeating that all the way up, in all seriousness, we'll chuckle along to our veto and then maybe talk about the Lycus roster a little bit since we haven't had them on our stream at all. It's pretty on par for what you expect out of those permabans right off the bat. Mirage out for LAG and then Nuke out for Lycus Empire, and LAG are hitting up another train right away, Tony. But it's actually Lycus that are reaching into an ancient, which is one that, we were just talking about, obviously. That's up in the, interesting conversations for LAG coming in today. I think we were rating them a bit higher than how that conversation actually did play out. They got 13-2, if I'm remembering correctly, up in their round matchup versus Getting Info, but I think that's an obvious pick. There's a certain amount of things that actually go towards movement, but we're trying to finish on that. Here we're out to get going, and Wolf has got that shot. These dueling is going to be right out for Tabin, and he's got that, but a double from Consti is going right back at him, Tony.
Magic chilling out and relaxing, and Khan, but eventually kicking it into high gear in order to bait for Frizzy, and I think that's going to be kind of obvious. Yeah, Consti reads that like a book. He knows that something's going on, something's afoot, something is fishy, and these two guns eventually rattle off at the speed of light. The trigger finger shows Sandman just elevating himself and hoping to edge out an angle and also not be loud about it. Silent drops the silent scales, but a little bit louder then as he drops the smoke in towards Khan. Magic takes his time and not allowing it to even bloom before the kill has been figured out, and Lycus on the CT begin and Lag face an early detriment.
A good pickup for Magic there. A bit of a nerve drop down right there when I was hearing those dualies run out of ammo, could go south so quickly. But starting up top is Lycus. This is going to be a great little stint for them. Buy back immediately for LAG. That's going to be awfully vicious. We remember how they started off just for Getting Info. It was an amazing T-pistol that they did go ahead and grab. So kind of off on a different sort of foot here. Let's see if they can recover with all the way up at last. Didn't even get the bomb plant here. So long range tap in with the Tech 9s alongside the Galil finishes the job.
Smoke from Frizzy in exchange. Ivy gets awkward. Smoke on either side, one from either team, a player down to dead for both as well. So once they do fade, I think that Lycus are going to have an easier way of working about map control and figuring out what trick may be. A double clear from left and right swing. Magic called over in order to do so, and when that's called clear, exactly that, you see the blue on the top left of your screen begin to migrate, as we have, as you said in our pre-show, down south. As far as that map is concerned, it's the V site where everybody looks to stock up, and Magic's here just in time. That smoke will fade, and they'll be popping in.
Yeah, that's pretty clear past that initial FAMAS look, but I played with a great little grab, but it's even more impressive from Mason down below. And then Consti as a surprise onto Doom. This could be headed the way of LAG with a potential upset in the second round. Frizzy rotates in, got active at the beginning of this round on Abe. Is he expecting this? He's blindsided by the Tech 9s. Has to attempt another clutch in the IGL stances. Magic can't do it twice. It's LAG back on top.
Wasn't going to be long.
Tony, one of the stories of the day here in the qualies is Mr. Lucid suiting up for Marsborn, as I believe Viz could not attend the gaming today.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty, unfortunately.
It wasn't, but he's a coach, a manager. And he tried his best. And he's a cool guy. Oh my god. Air Brett
And he's a
gets
cool
that
guy.
down, fallen. Absolutely. I mean, that's worth stating twice.
Yeah.
Magic slides out. Maybe with the 5-7 can find himself something here. Brett runs out of ammo. And Mason has to swing all the way back, Tony. This has maybe the chance to get a little bit more shaky, but all the way canceled out. Tabbing all the way in hell, 1v4.
It's really turned the tides of this game. That one round in quick posture to a lead overturned. Good kills all across without leaving much up to the imagination and letting the pistols overwhelm at any turn either. I do wonder for how long are the Lycus Empire guys going to be playing with their cards close to their chest? I mean, Brett, he was somebody who wasn't really doing a whole hell of a lot of that in his last best of 3. He was taking every opportunity to do something sneaky on this front side and back side of Red Train, whether it be popping himself in through smokes, whether it be taking the fight on the back end, then smoking, and then walking through, elevating himself atop the train to see down and do what could be a stacked area of this map. Sandman really controlled on that from us. It's an eco, sure, but it is clean as you would ever have hoped, as a 4K could potentially
Give him the ace.
evolve into the ace.
Come on.
And with one player left to find,
Yeah.
Magic will deliver it on a silver platter.
Give him the eco ace. Beautiful stuff.
Mikasa is the name of that knife. Is that what I saw? It's a
Does that mean
reference.
my home?
No, like from Attack on Titan.
Oh. I've not seen that.
Or maybe it was his Tech 9. Reference game on
It's the
fleek.
ace. Absolutely does it for him, but you may actually see back to the Vine this round. Actually, literally nobody at Ivy off the start of that, so failed pun attempt for all as it gets. You do have them giving it the retrospect that it does deserve, but it may be Nightblade to get busy quickly.
Oh yeah, they want to walk it in. Smoke deeper beyond. No flash just yet, and nobody to go along with it. Nightblade actually could have been caught. His vision was denied. He wanted to be over top of it, but had to go through it. Still making noise on these footsteps, so here comes the rotate again. I don't really know. Nightblade, he was pretty even for his kills last time around, and Magic helping out just makes it all the easier.
Nightblade almost gets a second onto Mason. He's quite damaged. Magic low. Constantly trying to hold this smoke. It actually connects to Tabin at the back of it. Doom leaves Mason all alone and quickly taps out for a triple. The Doctor is back and hops on the defuse himself.
It's an easy one, especially with Doom looking as clean as that. Tabin taking the first point of contact. Doom not jumping out through the smoke, but instead holding that D key and hitting the strafe. Leaves nothing left to be desired, does all that is required and asked of him. Tabin's AWP gifted thanks to their successes. But so too the same could be said about Consti. The clash soon to come.
Yes, Tabin and Nightblade. Known them under many names. Been rocking with each other for a while, even since CSGO. Brought on Doom and Magic at the better part of the last year. And no, not the Magic on Wanted Goons. That gets quite confusing. He is a Canadian player, however. Here comes a shot right down. They hit that spray. Frizzy chimes in for the very first time here in this round. And now to actually manage his life past hell, it's hard to get one. More than one here, rather. He just gets flushed out by Sandman, the newest member of Lycus Empire. Consti refreshes. Magic gets that done.
This probably just has to be slotted up to a save. Yeah, Tabin regrouping with his comrade, as you mentioned. Nice shot there. Swift to Mason's skull. I'm thinking about what these guys have been able to accomplish in a couple of these recent months. Lycus Empire, I mean, that should be, as far as lag are concerned, one of their lesser oppositions, right? Like one of the teams that they go into this with a certain level of confidence in. I mean, even just looking obviously not very fair considering they're a new team at their HLTV and VRS ranking history as a core. I mean, they're quite a far ways away, more than double, obviously, again, due to the fact that they're a newer team with Frizzy's addition. But
Yeah, it's Frizzy, huh? You know about this guy, Tony?
yeah.
Tell me about this Frizzy guy. Collegiate teammate of yours in your playing days? Oh, man.
Was he? I think, yeah, something like that, yeah.
Is he a good guy?
Yeah, I love Frizzy. I messaged him after their game last night. We talked for a little bit on a voice chat. It was pretty cool to catch up.
See
Good
how
dude.
old Justin Frizzy getting along.
Frizzwald, and
Frizzy.
he's usually the Ivy player, I'm pretty sure. And right now he's actually taken himself off that responsibility by needing to turn his attentions towards the front side of A. It seems to be into the call as Magic is the one who resumes that responsibility for him. And nothing's happened anywhere, so nice flash for setup, but Magic just a
Well
foot
read.
away.
Mason gets a good kill. Now they're going to need to patch this up. It's Brett that is not taking any threat like that. And now Tabin is going to have to lie in the cut with the AWP. This is going to have to be some fancy shots hit, and it's not happening today. Casual right on the back end. It's Frizzy that just can't connect it. They're going to flush him out eventually. A double between Sandman and Brett. And Mason had that all concocted through Ivy. A beautiful round from LAG. And they're trying to bang on the same drum they did just a couple hours ago at the beginning of the series versus getting info. But if they can continue to push this energy, right? And, you know, even where I think there's a lot more to give for Lycus, don't get me wrong, this is a CT side that's going to be pretty rich for them. I would continue to believe where, look, man, I think LAG would like to, just for themselves, put up a 2-0. And in, you know, the way that it's perfectly worked out, Tony, you know, it's been on that ancient where they just got waxed is right next door to
Don't
this.
be
So,
mean.
I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm just
It's the
kidding.
truth.
I say that stuff all the time.
He was being sarcastic, guys. Pulling my leg. Don't you do that. This is a serious broadcast.
Do you like cheese?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I've worn a
from
Green Bay
Wisconsin,
Packers
right?
jersey on broadcast before. I'm not from there, no.
Yeah, I think you live there, right?
No. That's not true. I was just there, though. Love the cheese.
Yeah, to visit your family that you live with, but
Unreal.
what's your favorite kind of cheese?
We can talk about exactly how that gets down in a minute. A couple of curds being turned all the way down.
All right, it's 2v5. What's your favorite kind of cheese?
Probably mozzarella.
You're dodging the okay.
Yeah.
And continue.
Colby's
Oof.
pretty damn good. Some of these shots getting on. Tony, you ever walk into a cheese factory?
No.
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Many
Well, then
times.
why were you dodging the question so deeply?
I'm trying to do my job.
Okay. Unlikely reasoning.
I
but
think the boss people would actually appreciate that type of conversation. It's an eco round.
the boss
For
people.
goodness sake. The boss people.
You got to keep the fans engaged with their casters too. I mean, like, what if their favorite cheese is your favorite cheese? Boom, you just made a fan, and boom, the broadcast is elevated.
And what's your favorite cheese, Tony?
That's kind of irrelevant to what we're trying to accomplish right now in broadcasting this game, but you know, Lycus down 2-6,
Oh my
starting to
God.
feel a little bit, you know, pushed back into their own heads and realizing now that they may need to dig deep, bring out the EWP once again, and sacrifice utility to make sure that everybody else is also as well equipped. Asking about my favorite cheese mid-round.
He's actually lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Safely down from the ladder. Nightblade on his feet. Sticking up top. Tabbing. Oh, what a timing. Gonna get back over to Stoppers, and he's actually quite close to it. Nightblade only with one before he gets that same treatment. Easy bomb plant. Turning that key on Lycus Empire outside of Z. And looking at the way that Frizzy is peeking this, right next door with Doom, this either goes or it doesn't. Consti up top wants to collect an 11th. This is where he was kind of slow off the tracks yesterday. Refresh and Consti in round number 9 has 11 frags, Tony. That's quite impressive. And LAG are moving quite a grooving tonight.
Brett should be. I was gonna say a dead
Looney
man, but
Tunes
Brett's saying
spray.
you're terrible in his team chat right now after we
Unreal.
killed him and sprayed his body. It's just the truth.
Wish we were back at LAN.
I love when Brett
goodness.
starts saying stuff. Oh my god, again!
That's a shooting the body type of moment. I will go ahead and confirm. Is LAG attending Fragadelphia, Tony?
How do you not know this? Aren't you like Mr. Frag? Aren't you like Steven Fragadelphia? Well, there already is a Steven Fragadelphia. but
There actually is, yes.
Aren't you like John Frag?
Or maybe James Frag.
Yeah, they are.
That would be wonderful. Excited to see these guys with the org support. Faces like Mason and Brad have always attended in mixes with these teams. Same with Wolf. On these Deagles right now, it's Lycus that gets this done. With these upgrades, Tony, they can find a couple of more. Mason gonna get that down, and now he may not have too much more hope. Mason doubles up. And to be honest with you, Tony, I kind of assumed that this roster move was prompted up, that connections made by LAN, excuse me. Frizzy, I know, attended Fragadelphia Las Vegas and was playing under, I believe, Chicken Coop at the time, where also in attendance was Lycus Empire under a separate name at the time. I can't remember if they were under LFO or not. But they were playing with Evan Cod that event.
Oh, that is true.
Might have met Frizzy there, and they're like, I like the cut of this guy's jib, and picked him up later.
Yeah, I think that they were playing under LFO at the time. So
LFO 4. Goes that swing. And Brett triples up and not in the way that you would grace. Gets that and takes a Mason out with him. That's not going to stop the pace, though. Molotov is going to be perfect onto Magic, so Brett, he's got to get himself ready to go. And Wolf, right place, right time, and Consti decks Tabin out of this thing. So Magic, who was already gone and dusted practically, is going to have Wolf walking into him. Free kill, and at 8 HP survives. The smoke actually gives him room to maneuver.
I was gonna say, try as you might as Magic to get the drop on to Consti right now, the way he's been playing. Yeah, dude, give him whatever. He is on a tear. This map is going wicked quick. I mean, listen, I have plans to go out to the bar after this, and these guys are getting me right back on track for that. All I'm saying, so thanks. But also, this is the kind of heat that Lag are coming into this series with, and, you know, I get a little bit worried for the future. That Ancient, you know, one that we were hopeful for going into the last series, surprised in when it didn't even look like that they were really on the map. But against this level of competition, and Lycus Empire still kind of figuring themselves out at the same point in time, maybe that'll be an easier way to ramp. And speaking of ramps, out and down through one will Mason go as the scout can't quite connect. Tabin locked with the Molotov and a second HE to follow suit. The smoke from back halls, and every utility piece is on where it needs to be. Maybe just playing distraction with the crosshairs at some point will Tabin.
That smoke drops the anchor, Tony. They're not moving this ship an inch. Swaying themselves back in is Lycus, but this is going to be impossible. Even doubled up. Now sprinting out in the way towards Cloud. Brett to take it, and potentially a stylish maneuver, but it's Wolfie to get that back and get that down. Last in the ramp, and it's Wolf to get that all the way in a triple to put out quite a beatdown. One-sided first half goes the way of LAG as a matter of 10 rounds. We'll see you after a 3-minute break.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just a piece of data. Just This is the numbers again. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers again. It's just another number,
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I know you've come for a show, but right now it's been a bit of an expose on Lankus Empire on Train. It's not
That was
looked
good,
great,
Tony.
unfortunately. It's not looked perfect, but there's still room to grow. There's still one more half to play out for as little as they may be able to squeeze to the tank, at least give them some momentum heading into the second map of Ancient.
Yeah, you got to get off on a better foot of that turn. Obviously, they went into Ancient last time with a little bit of momentum. Seems like we have lost a member. Bye-bye, Frizzy. Obviously, that Ancient was still on that turnaround. Look, it absolutely... I mean, honestly, to really point to a lot of the previous results of, you know, seeing that Timberman, Badass Gaming, whatever core on LAN. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've seen them lose a map, turn it around like that, and then win out the rest of the series, right? And so I think you just got him on one of Snap's best calling maps. I think that LAG are a much better Ancient team that would come to suggest, so...
Well, it does look like we're going to take a second here to relax, actually, while the player reconnects, so we will throw it back to the break for just a second here. Apologize, folks. Just stick around. We'll be right back.
I've been searching and searching for quite a long time. Been looking
Well, 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 what do we have here? A train, and by all means, it is online. We are back into this thing, and LAG was, tearing into it. Map number 1 is fully one-sided. LAG want to go ahead and put up getting info, like scoreline all the way back up in this thing, and I think put a little bit of dignity back up in the beginning of their run in this lower bracket, Tony.
A little bit of diggity.
Yeah, shout out Australia.
My favorite call out, yeah. Consti.
Yeah, the boys.
Dual Beretta, we've seen him here before, actually, but the last time that he did it, he had a teammate by his side. Doesn't really need him at least to start. Going to be able to fire off enough for Tabin to go down and for Frizzy to be warned. And wearing for these players still on the back of this site, clustered and clumped. The Molly will burn out only a 1 and 2 meets the frag, the first of them. And Brett, goodbye. Hello to him, equal man, but not for long when Wolf strikes from the back ends. And welcome to the round and welcome to 11.
Great scenes up by Wolf to actually scrape that down. Tony, it gives me flashbacks to this series when we were watching them in CCT playoffs when he was still playing for Blue Jays, and he was hitting some of his highest peaks right there, and then it came like a week later, that swap out for Dare, and now seeing to some of those same spots. Good shots.
This is going to feel really nice for the boys. As honest and truthfully, Wolf looked like he was just having a good time. And when you're playing well, it just feels so good to play the game. You enjoy playing the game. You want to get into the action. You invite the challenge. And this one, it's pretty much just that. It pretty much just screams that they want to be faced soon enough. And this round is not really going to be all that much of it. As they realize their only way of coming back and winning this game is by having everything in their wheelhouse and in their arsenal possible into the following a save in this, and met with Consti and Brett.
Jumping around corners and just going into the herd, swaying right through. A double right between Consti to get that done. And that's 12-2, Tony. This is a quick one on the green.
Like his Empire, unfortunately, in the sand pit.
Be up out of there, man. It's not as easy as it sounds. Some NA team picks up automatic again. They have maybe some more added benefits.
My goat.
Those that know. Opening kill that's on the Doom. Tabin sprinting out and catches a falling Sandman. Wolf alongside. Got to get this close quarters. MP9 get a box set up well. That's exactly what it was made to do. Or is he going to be clearing deep into the site? Tabin watching the back lines and trying to refresh. The only man that really can right now is Brett, who's going to be in front of the Molotov, but just barely. Magic going to be bringing it to the site right now. And can Brett spoil his opposing IGL's plans? He hears that bomb plant, and he just can't help himself. Going for this fight at back red. Brett practically connects it into that, but with Consti's HP being where he is, white flag has been raised.
Yeah, at least for one go. They've been given another chance at it. Brett almost having actually brought the round to a 1 versus 2 for Frizzy in damaging both those guys, but ultimately leaves Consti to his own mind for a bit. Some communication to be had about what they'd like to do in the following, with him having the ability to buy back for someone else, Wolf for himself, and Sandman the same. So it's actually gonna be pretty nice. He actually, I was gonna say, might be able to go for the op, but just shy. But yeah, he's looking to the in-game leader physically right now in-game and saying, what's the move, what's the play, what's the plan?
What is the word?
What's the word, Brett?
We need 9 rounds in a row. Magic, what do you got for me? Ball's in his court. Gotta run this thing up. Get to OT, Tony. That is me serving up a fairy tale.
True. Oh, that could have been much worse. Just 2 nades go soaring, and they're loud about their walk up to the back halls. Wolf sees nothing, but the smoke is there after he'd gone for his jiggle, and that locks like is out. And okay, Doom maybe looking for too much on T-Con as the only player actually there. Everyone else sits above him on the minimap on radar.
Consti, long range, needs to get that with an AUG. He is just caught off guard. Has to slip the net now. Up top, Frizzy needs to make up for this. Has got Wolf out. Has got it to a 1v1. Outside of Long Dog, it's still Sandman that maintains the range. Bomb goes down. Now Brett is going to have to all the way get back. He was hitting hell right in the previous round, but now from Olaf, his cards have been shown. Dunks a nade onto Magic, but now back turn. It's just not an awkward fray, but now it's all going to be on just IGL's shoulders to get this all the way out. He box assists and then transfers. It's magnetic from Magic. He gets that all the way down, and train continues.
All right. That's the buy. Swept aside. Lag. Make their best efforts to be competitive in that last round. Moss budgeting enough to go for save after save, to go buy between buy. They're not being completely shunned and locked out. And M4 for Wolf, I mean, it could be something. It's not really being set up to do much of anything, frankly. And Brett being the first down is unfortunate, but the self-flash for Magic perfectly popped, and yeah, no chance. That's a bit of a beamer. This is interesting. I think this is a boost on the back of the bomb site. No flashes to take him off the angle, and so many to turn from. Know that it'll be good for his first. Typically in 6 HP, Doom almost facing his. All good, though. Well,
like
maybe
that a
not
lot.
all good.
Maybe I need to watch some more demos. I've not seen that before. That's a good one. Tabin saying, you take this op right now. You have the best spawn. Go ahead and use it. Somebody's going to be within the taste. Actually returns it. Not fitting the call right now. Like is serving up maybe something quick.
Double nade stack set up. Taken, actually, well, not taken, but a page out of the book of lag, as they loved to do that over on their game that they had won versus getting Info Crew. And Consti gets quickly involved, finds his first, makes note of the player on the inner side of things. Does Brett, sees nothing deepen, now knows that things are getting a little bit probably pressured at B, calls for the counter utility. Incendiary burns at their toes. They're not going in from the low ground, but Brett certainly is.
Connects onto Nightblade, and I think that could be... Cut, that is not going to continue. Finally, LAG finishing on this train. It is 13-5, 1-0 up over the Lycus Empire, Tony. That's the way they like to turn it up. Another train victory today. They just want to trickle into a 2-0, and you see it on your screens right now. That's where we're headed.
It very nearly could have drawn at a 13-2 at one point in time. It was that CT side that they were able eventually to shut things down from, although the T's gave them a struggle for a few strung together, but very, very noticeably a flesh wound above all else. So deep cuts not yet fully realized, and soon enough that may be the deepest of cuts ever. A second map in which lag have been prepared for previously. Shaky on today. We'll see if they've rebounded or not in just about 10 minutes time.
Making up for some lost time, LAG speed through those tracks on train and get to the second map with style. Here they were kind of dogpiled on right now before this. Getting info, it was not nice to them. It was 13-2 all the way down, battered and bruised. Now they're trying to turn the tides on it one more time tonight, Tony. LAG are looking to 2-0.
Can't believe their luck. B-site's clear. But if they lose this player deep into the cave, then they're going to be a little bit pressured. Then they're going to be a little bit pressed to stick into the site or take a fight on another extremity, whether it be spawn or outside the ramp. It's going to be Tabin spawning out 3, calling that over, and they're going to split their defenses inside of this post plant 2-2. Tabin gets his, successfully so. Sandman through the cave. The one in the splinter on the side that I had mentioned will be a problem to them, and Nightblade cannot leave the site, but he wants to stick around and about. What is that, though?
Great shots out of Nightblade at the end. A couple of flicks for you, and that'll get us revved up, Tony, but all the way gone. It is a LAG pistol round. All the same, Lakers Empire falter, and all the much so. I mean, it's not a complete loss. A nice bomb plan, and definitely something to get going here.
Who doesn't love a good start?
Who doesn't love a good finish?
Ooh. We're lucky we're on broadcast. Anyway. Desert Eagles are certainly potent, certainly have potential. But to realize that potential, they'd have to break apart Brett, who realizes a susceptible A sight to a pop and pincer might need 2 in defense, and a rifle at this distance is the best for the job.
Prepped and ready to go. A van, it's loaded with Glocks, but they're together. Oh, Glock dinks! Do not underestimate. Here now into the MP9. Rope to their death. Magic in a 1v4. Insert pun.
Pun.
Waves wand. Pulls rabbit from hat. Card trick. It's all the magic I've ever heard.
Pulls 14 feet of rope from out nose. Colored rope. But no magic to be seen here. All reality-based logic and fact is that only just now are the AK-47s going to be able to say something to stop them in their
cited sources.
On up, yeah. Oh, what was that? Was that an intentional flash? That was nuts. That was insane.
It's the tiny things, the small things that we got to keep track of that are pushing LAG ahead. Right now, it's the smokes that are keeping the reinforcements behind. Right out of mid, right out of B. All of this space in the hands of Wolf alongside Mason.
Hold on now. Because this A site, under the scope of the AUG, see if it can be toppled with the utility that they've got to do so. A Molotov into default, a smoke towards CT spawn. The only place with any look-through will have to be inside of Temple. Constantly calling for everybody to start their rotate, in where they'll come all. Donut and Magic looks to cut off, and that was a really difficult spray to ever even ask. This one from Nightblade played, pardon, not so much. It'll still be very easy to find a couple here with only a stray. Frizzy's been softened and tagged. Nightblade takes matters into his own hands, and Mason's on the reload. The smoke fades at an inopportune time, and Wolf knows that the other was close and has enough ammo to just hold mouse one on the jiggle and swivel, and Frizzy was softened, while Wolf was feeling comfortable with his HP.
The rest of Lycus melts alongside. A third that fades, and that is a great start for LAG. It's a good thing Wolf is building up in the bank accounts here because it was 4 casualties alongside. So Lycus burn as far as they can without actually taking the round in that retrospect. But time for them to really get that all the way down. It was a pretty good first round all the way to it, but I mean, where there were, flashes of, kind of individual feat on that first map, it was all the way shuttered out by Consti being like 10 kills in after 6 rounds. So many different highlights out of Wolf. It was a really good fret. Like his Empire taking it slow right now, looks like. We're quite ready. No. What is cool is Lycus Empire re-entering Counter-Strike. They just did have a team in the last season of Impact. Here they are getting themselves in. This is one way to play anti-flash right in front of the smoke. The Wolf connects. He's snapping necks. He's got 3 all the way out. And there was 1 man around here. Doom has overstayed his welcome. And what a stance by LAG. Can sit and listen to the nature of Ancient.
Yeah, I was going to say that Consti hasn't really been tested for a good majority of this one right now. He hasn't even been met by the scope of anybody crossing. Hasn't died since Pistol. Hasn't been asked to step up and do anything more. And dude, on a map-to-map, series-to-series basis, there's never there's always one map where this guy's doing something wicked and wild. He's always having a go at it, op or not.
No, most definitely. Consti's a guy that's been around for a pretty long time, even before I started, competing on ESCA in 2020. I know he's, had HLTV history since 2019. This guy has been running it up, not always on that rifle, but on that op rather, but more active on that rifle through some time. Consti, speak of the devil, taking that first opening kill. Almost lined up for Wolf. Significant damage done to both. 22 walking out combined, or Magic and Nightblade.
Just holding his own, and holding his zone is finally on the board. Obviously, with that sniper, we said that he likes to come online at an opportune time. And there goes Doom just as well. Their late lurk and insurance policy. Nice,
a good connection. That's beautiful.
What in God's name?
Similar shots that he was connecting with on those pistols in terms of flashiness, but right here they got a different problem. Gotta get this bomb all the way through. Sandman can get caught on a timing. Nightblade not looking for it, and they crunch down. It's his A site that they now can just magnify. Brizzy pushing this up, and he was trying to get busy right back on that. Magic knows that now he has his hands full. 14 HP, a bomb in his back. His list fills with 2 more names that he's got to add to the tally of Consti and Sandman. But 20 to tick makes it all the more obvious to go. As soon as that first click stands down, it's not going to be the respect given the Magic. Finds the only cover that he can. And a Molotov that's got his name on it. It's heated his way. Popping out to the left. Would have been the fire. It would have been the desire of Consti that did it either way. 5 in a row for LAG.
5 kills for Consti.
And an ace.
Crazy.
First round, he gets up on the board, Tony. We spent all of our chatter right before this round speaking him up. And he's the wings that lift LAG all the way up.
Magic can't catch a kill. Just not working out for Bro right now. Same could be said for Doom. They're a little bit stuck. But even now, trying as best they can to bring some semblance of balance to this game with AKs in their hands. Loss bonus has reached its maximum. It's hit its ceiling. But have Lycus Empire, as Doom will burn blindly so very much of his HP siphoned from him without even having a chance at life or a fight. The Nightblade, he wanted to get there fast to help out onto anybody a duel, but they've backed away.
Consti posted. Now burning red hot. Smoked out. Don't even give him a chance to succeed. Wolf making that contact. Nightblade trying to stand and fight. Donut turns the other cheek. And so, like his Empire, reorganize. Magic at this line is still under center, wondering what to do. But at this point, it's obvious. And they're leaning towards B. But another 2 smokes at LAG prompt up. They can't have much more than that.
"40 seconds, Consti ready. Wolf by his side. One to take contact over the other with many on the premises of that smoke. And nice hold from Consti with a good micro adjustment without an overflick. And such an easy kill is the next. And Wolf, having not taken a scratch, will always go for a little bit more. If given the inch, he may take the mile. And a milestone now as they tie at the half at 6 at the very least, while Lycus are yet to even enter the matrix of the round count. And this is getting to be a little bit much. This is getting to be almost dire straight off the rip. It's been a total of what, maybe 6-7 minutes, and we're already feeling like this is a CT side that's rushed out. And a T side for Lycus Empire. It's rushed into purchases like this.
This is an awkward buy. Yeah. Not loving this. I know Tabin's trying to get an AWP up, but scattered in it. Frizzy alone from the pack. He's going to get whacked. And now long range. Consti, he's got a similar breath right back to these players, harping in his damn sight. And Mason, he rotates in and gets his piece of the pie. A full house between Mason and Consti. A on lock.
Update on a game on the bracket going on right now as well. That map 1.
Tell me.
Blue Jays, that on their map pick, have taken Mirage over M80.
Wow. Wow.
That's a good one.
That's awesome to hear. That is awesome to hear. I wonder how Laxi did.
He 180R for him
in that series.
Cryptic.
Dude, that's amazing.
That's crazy.
That's amazing. Really great stuff to see out there. Yeah, 23 frags. I'm looking at it right now. Awesome stuff to
Talk
see
about it
in
in
our
a second.
qualifications. Consti getting into it quick. Absolutely. Fades out.
Oh,
Brett
dude.
already on the flank. He's about to find out so much. He just pulled the plug and everything that's happening trying to get done. But talking about pulling the plug, that is going to be a flow out towards B right now.
Molly to stop the plant on default box if they can get there for it. Brett's got his. It has been sent out, but Consti's been spotted on his jump forward. A shoulder is all that Magic would have needed. A post plant still very doable, and Doom on low HP can maybe get a shot through the smoke on a stray.
Back to back. Wolf and Brett. Limited vision because of these smokes, but they're being poked. They are being prodded right now. It's all being served through one man's angle. Brett now to be forced to fight. 14 health, but now the flankers came down. Is there enough time? Gotta rush to that bomb. And with the kit on Brett, he should have it. More than welcome. You're gone to 8 in a row. This is absolutely life's games ancient. 8 in a row on this. Tried to catch him off guard, Tony. They took the getting info result in vain, and they are not letting him put themselves down. What a way to show up on this defense. They are burning hot.
Brett took the risk of walking through mid. Took the chance at flanking A main. Spots that nothing is happening at all. Spots and sees an AWP player free to the killing. And closes with 3 by the finish of it all. I mean, love this formula that Lag have going for them. Let's see. Sniper of Consti posted and propped up by Sandman and trying to get a higher elevation on this. If there were to be a boost in the box from the T's, it would get awkward, but I'm not entirely sure what that movement from Consti would entail, but he has no way of getting back into the cover when Sandman is already there. Sauce Boy dropped 122 ADR against getting info. And lost map 1.
Oh my god. I am loving to hear that. Amazing moves in the NAC. Great moves through house right now. But this is Mason's house. Only for the first. Landlord taken out. And now they're going to be roting all the way through. It's Brett that lets him pass.
Again.
He's now going to be trying to line this up. Rope it better than he did last time because there's actually more on the line here. He needs to reel in. Just roping right behind Magic and now pulling the rug because look at it all down. Tapping on that bomb once. Nightblade up with the clutch opportunity. How does he see past this smoke? They're trying to tease on it, but now Sandman, he's going to be holding it all the way down. One of these bullets connect potentially, but he's all the way drowned out. Not enough bullets in the AK, and it's 9 in a row for LAG with a different type of tempo tonight.
Quite incredible.
They can't get a yard, Tony. Got a goose egg out there.
Dude, they've been safety like 3 times at this point.
That's a comparison. They're not incorrect. He's gonna try and sack him again, but fading right behind the line of scrimmage. He actually gets that done. Constantly trying to open up the bow again, but he's going to be docked back. Doom taking so much on this, but he's been one to really be aggressive in the house. Wolf trying to land on the spams. Nightblade with the great opener. Magic trades.
Important damage, important kill, and important post from Consti, and he's decimated by
Great
Doom.
shot.
Mason, he wants to get back as well, but Doom can only realize there may be a re-aggro. He would have been right. And he was.
Got to give it the respect.
Brett, does he just go...
Protect the dream.
Oh,
beamed. It's happening.
oh my god.
Now Frizzy, with the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he can just tell where Brett is coming from. Spam right through. Brett's got to be somewhere, and just avoiding, trying to just go out, and he is toying with Frizzy, and that costs him smoking the bomb. And Mason taps once, trying to find out where Frizzy is, and that Galil hits perfectly. The newest member, the newest pickup of Lycus Empire sits on the top of the throne with their first round, but they are going to need more right here to go ahead and see into this CT side. They need 3 to go ahead and give themselves a chance on that defense.
They got one. They got one.
They did it.
We're so back. Lycus Empire. Back on top. Frizzy to set the smoke for mid.
Sauce Boys playing like that.
Yeah.
Juice Boys out there, a free agent, man. Somebody pick him up.
Magisk Boy, he's a bench player.
Magisk Boy.
Yeah, Magisk Boy.
That's true.
Magisk. However you'd like to pronounce. Dodging that flash that was deeply tossed and bounced a couple times more than maybe Wolf anticipated. The free fire is
Pull out
with
the knife.
Mac 10 and the Glock to finish it. Okay, that's something, I guess. And even so, there's Consti still sticking by, still around to give them a run. That nade could be killer inside the cave. Won't bounce off the wall deep enough. Magic still sustains, but now it's all on those riflers to re-engage.
Opening up this smoke, they're trying to just jimmy their way through, but right now they're slipping. It's Magic to get that all the way down, and it's gonna have to be iced out shots from Mason, and they are just shining. Gonna get that down. He may even have the protection right here, but it's gonna be the spam, so maybe even smoke ensued. He's out of bullets now. Now Mason is gonna put his body right on the smoke. He's being hunted as well, and Consti can't quite find him. But now Davin, he's gonna be on the lam away. Gonna be looking for him, but LAG, I think they would like to find 11 sooner.
Alrighty. Last chance to make something happen. Mason misses his jump that so often a time he would have hit, and Doom met by 2 players on the opposite end. They wanted to go fast, but they may just meet their maker because of it. I thought he caught the kill. 1 HP as Mason drops off, and Wolf will do it instead from the aggression of the main. And this is one of the quickest rounds we've had in this series, and maybe throughout the entirety of the day as far as gun rounds are concerned. The first 25, there's 1 player left on the tees with so much more to do.
A lot of damage.
It's Brett who engages as the healthiest of them all, and the healthy in-game leader keeps this one clean and easy into the second half. 2 rounds is all that Lag need to close. All right, guys. Lag. I mean, what else is there to say? They've just been annihilating in this best of three. In this map in particular, letting by only one goal in what was effectively a shutout by that point even. After mid-Consti, the first fall and Doom, at least giving them some shots in to give breath into this series, into this map, into Ancient, but that's not enough. Those two are the only that they'll see.
Absolutely Wolf just diving off the block right there. Doubling up. May not even be finished yet. And LAG, they got a bomb plant. They got a post plant. Here on the A site, dualies have been spotted. Nightblade's hand shown. It's going to take another his heroic play from Frizzy. Does he have two in the catalog? All the way out, he's got one shot, another 1v1, and he's just glitched up. The worst part about it, but now chasing Brett down. He's got a headshot. Brett clicks it through, and it's 12 delivered for LAG at their front door.
Marky, I know that Frizzy hasn't had the greatest of games tonight, but I was actually feeling it. I was foreseeing a one-tap almost as soon as that player had jiggled out from Brokey before entering fully. Good God, I mean, heart rate rised, but only for one round it was going to be. At the end of this one, it's going to have to be one round to rule them all for these guys from Lag.
Four MP9s and a Deagle. Potentially it all to grab. It's a huge stab at the beginning of this round. 3 kills go the way of Lycus. There was so much to bowl the way of LAG, putting themselves onto a 13-1. There is so much evidence to be thrown back in their direction. Brett and Wolf versus the world, and a batch of SMGs have just scared the living hell out of LAG. Still separated. And with Wolf to now go on the hunt, away from the pack. Makes that contact. And pulls back a bit of instance towards B. But if this CT player sees into too much, it's going to be all out. Right, not spotted. So now it's all the elements surprise. Still, with this trading down at 45 seconds left to go ahead and tick. Getting that shot all the way up through house. Nothing to look. An MP9 to jiggle up top, and they're going to go for a final stab. 3 players going to be here on B, and 1 taken out. Causing a ruckus, and I think they can tell. This is not the real deal. Walking in somewhere. Where has he gone? Brett now finds a bit of space to maneuver, and this could be it. This bomb to act as the anchor, and the captain, he is never going to leave this ship at a jumping MP9. This could be the end, and it is. Doomed to get on top. And right now, Vaughn and the rest of his crew are getting their second right here in Ancient. LEG got so much of a cushion behind them, they can do no wrong. It could be harebrained play, it could be something just so basic. On the same page you gotta be, and see where LAG is printed off. A MAC-10, a trio of these Tech 9s. Frizzy finds a double. Mason and Brett gone in one foul swoop, and now it's being caught up to them, but now Sandman is a different type of gall for this. Left to his own devices with one rifle, and now jiggling right between. Consti is pristine in a 1v1 right between him and Nightblade, trying to set the trap, but he sees Shadow. And now Nightblade to go for the swing. It was Consti so confident to try and square up that range with a Tech 9, but it's not happening. It's like this that will continue to dig. With a bit of ground to stand on now.
Indeed.
12 series point for LAG.
A lot of ground still to cover, I guess, but no, the first step off the starting line, and these pistols should never be the way that you want to lose out on a best of 3, so or your chances at Pro League qualification later down the line. Now's a better time to rein it in than any. Don't let them let you look silly. Magic's playing just for information at mid, not seeing an early house smoke or anything of the sort. Might actually tip him off, obviously, to what the money might be looking like, the financial situation. But I'm actually surprised they've been given this much room to work with at this stage.
Into the gauntlet of the A4 right here. Frizzy's been farming up these last couple. Have gone the way of Lycus. Nade on the way. All the way to the back of Consti. Give them a bit of a economic bonus. Consti was quite confident on these Tech 9s, and now here is a little bit of a bonus with that Molotov. Right place, right where it needs to be, Tony. They're all going to be flowing into the arms of Wolf right here, who tries to box it close range and can't get it done. That is too much to ask for. It would have taken a miracle job by LAG.
That's about as good as that round could have looked, to be honest with you. So yeah, they'll take that. Take the extra cash flow. They'll take a couple kills. Take a good feeling in a post-plant to where maybe another kill might have turned the tide, but the HP wasn't really on them, as you say. Too much to ask. So here's a MAC-10 for Sandman that makes things a little awkward as everybody else gets what they want in the op in the hands of Nightblade. Tossed over to him and given that responsibility. Tabin, full trust in this guy right now, despite being towards the bottom of the board. You would have thought you would have wanted to build some confidence into this matchup, but if Nightblade can do it first, Frizzy is so very blinded. Godflash after Godflash and burnt into the open is Tabin, and Magic's yet to expose himself, but will he find I'm speeding. I'm speeding. It's over.
What a turn of events.
I can't even justify how that kill has transpired, and I don't think they can either. That was just the most absolutely wicked turn that you need to see their POV for those frags, because what a way to close in the best of 3 for lag.
LAG, they move on in our competition. It was a rough move down to the lower bracket in a best of 3 that they likely thought they should have taken against Getting Info, who are also currently a map up over Boss, as you mentioned earlier, and now they will move on to potentially even see against M80. We're currently a map down below the Blue Jays, which, I mean, that would be quite an affair, quite a challenge to get down, but with the way that they're playing right here, Tony, I'm sure that they think that they can take on the world, take on about anybody in this tournament.
Yeah, that was absolutely wicked, I have to say. So, you know, they have their ups and their downs depending on the level of competition they're against. And after what was kind of a heartbreaking finish yesterday, I think that this is a really good way to find themselves mentally right back on track. And an unfortunate turn of events for the side of their adversaries in Lycus on their outing together at their first. It won't be perfect, but it will be a stage 2 berth that they've at least shown they can make it to. So looking towards the future, we look towards that Lycus Empire, that lag rematch potentially with Getting Info, or maybe a new face in Boss that they'll be able to stack up against. But either way, they will be tested once more. Not tonight, another night, as this is the finish for us, Mark. We say our goodbyes and goodnights and close out on ESL Pro League Season 22 North American Qualifiers Day 2. Until we see you again next time, thanks for joining us.
See ya.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot.